What do I want to play now? About this game. No one knows what the future may hold. Just yesterday, Ice was going about her life, enjoying it to the fullest. But out of nowhere, she suddenly finds herself confined alongside a strange girl, Alice. To make matters worse, neither of them remember anything prior to this incident. Just who was behind this? And why are they doing this? Can you solve the mystery and uncover just what on earth happened to them? After all, this is just your average run-of-the-mill Yuri game, right? Think again. So yeah, queer as fuck. Girl protagonist. I believe you can be trans and into humiliation, sissy. Uh, no matter how femme you are, and you can always be more femme. I think that it's okay to be trans and into sissy stuff, but femmes. Okay, so sissies like founding or like bedrock principle historically has been humiliation of men by dressing them as women, because of course, uh given our society, what's the worst thing you can do to a man? Treat him as a woman. That's what I was getting at. Very much just like how cuckoldry has a bedrock in racism. Not to say that anyone who's into cuckoldry or likes to be caged is racist, because that's not the thing. But like historically, the kink is fostered in a this is a white person and a black man stole your woman. uh, and when and although it could be said to be a semantic difference, I prefer to, if I'm going to interact, especially like personally, with sissy stuff as opposed to just looking at it, I'd rather identify it as forced femme than sissy, because of that history. Not to say that I think there's anything wrong with any trans people or any cis people into sissy stuff, regardless of the degree, or I guess which position they want to participate in. But kind of like how, and you weren't here earlier when I was talking about it, Specky, but I really like the idea of like some submissive nerdy boy being turned into a girl or being femmed up. And I don't fantasize about that from a sissy or even force femme perspective, but in, I guess like a femme encouragement perspective, like getting encouragement doing something you didn't know previously you wanted to do, or you weren't sure you wanted to do, or just getting into, or you don't, or you're technically neutral about, but because someone you want to please wants you to do it, you're down for it. If that makes sense. Free healthcare, sure. And of course, the juxtaposition of like someone who's supposed to be masculine being feminized is part of like the bedrock of sissiness. I will also acknowledge that's not all that sissy is about. Especially like in a general sense, it's about like being very, very, very high femme. Uh, and being in like restrictive clothing. I mean, that's why a lot of like Victorian wear is in like sissy culture. But even like Lolita fashion differs from uh even Lolita fashion differs from sissy fashion and sissy clothing, in that sissy clothing is specifically about being as restrictive as possible in some regards, and also being exquisitely frilly. it's kind of part of the aesthetic where Lolita doesn't necessarily have to be that, even though there is overlap there. Like I said, my definition of sissy is just age play plus forced film. If that's how you like to interact with it, that's fine, but I think to say that you define it as this kind of leaves out the broader context in a way. Especially in the sense that not everyone who's into sissy stuff is into age play. You can have sissy without age play. Can't really have sissy without forced film, but you can definitely have sissy without age play. Although sissy definitely does play into age play aesthetics and age play dynamics most of the time. Despite that, even with your definition of age play plus forced film, that doesn't erase the context a lot of people view it as. And I mean, I'm just talking, and I was just asked what my thoughts on it were, and I said what my thoughts on it were, and that is all. See, thanks, Punk. Would you enjoy positive, encouraging forced film stuff? Possibly. Depends on my mood. If you're talking about it in an art piece, I'd be down for it. Oh, yeah. My first thoughts about sissy stuff is forced film plus age play, too. And of course, coming from fucking age play enthusiasts, that's not a surprise. Because, of course, it's like the best of both worlds. Especially for film-aligned and film-enthused people. Characters. Ice. Smart, cunning, eccentric. These words alone best describe Ice than any other in the dictionary. Unfortunately, Ice has lost all her memory. What's her real identity? And what is the reason she is targeted for kidnapping? Alice. Don't be fooled by her innocent look. Alice is wise beyond her years. For some reason, Alice is being extra cautious towards Ice. She seems to have lost her memory, but who knows? Having two characters with memory loss is a very interesting concept because it's usually just one character. I like it. Siren. A girl who seems to be familiar with Ice and Alice and which the two vaguely remember who she is. Later in the story, she supports Ice and Alice with everything she can. What is her real motive for helping them? It seems there is more to this than meets the eye. It's released. Alright, let's play a queer mystery visual novel thing. I've literally never played this. I think we own this through one of the multiple game bundles we have. Gosh, we got so many games because of fucking human rights abuses. It's fucking ridiculous. Oh, new major human rights abuse means a new itch.io bundle's gonna drop. I'm gonna lurk. See y'all later if you do a super long stream. Okie dokie. Enjoy the rest of your day. I love how there's a true end button. I would have liked a dyslexic font, but you know. We do what we can. It's been so long since I've seen the first One Piece OP, but Ice's character description reminded me of it. How so? Like Gold Roger? She's gonna be queen of the pirates. Knowing the definition helps to know how to talk about this stuff. It helps with knowing with how to describe what type of sissy ideals or ideas to describe to people. Accept yourself for who you are. Value in others matters not. Why you care? Wait, no, go back. Shit. No. Fuck me. Prologue. Accept yourself for who you are. Value in others matter not. Why you care? Because all you think about is how other people view you. After all, self-acceptance is truly a heroic act. Thank you. The story is a work of fiction. Any similarity to actual persons living or dead or actual events is a accident. Or accident. Coincidental. I hate when text does not wait for me. The three-word description for some reason reminded me of wealth, fame, and power. The king of the pirates had all of these things. Oh, I see. Gotcha. Gosh, I love the whole, like, Gold Roger thingy. Also, helps with doing sissy stuff in ways that people feel comfortable with. Boundaries are important. There's a saying that life without meaning is... There's a saying that life without meaning isn't a life worth living. Everyone needs to have a purpose. Otherwise, you're not living a fulfilling life. It's a vague statement. Many people will find themselves questioning what their purpose was, hoping that blindly clinging to such things as fate and belief would lead to a sustainable life. Poor kid. Everyone glanced pitifully at the innocent young girl. I hope someone adopts her. She's so young. The girl frowned, upset at all the concerned glances being thrown her way. She never liked being the center of attention. A woman in white slowly approached the little girl. Your mother is going to heaven, where she'll be happy forever. Happy? What's that? The girl couldn't understand a single word the woman was saying. The woman wrapped her arm around the girl. The woman continued to hold the young girl tightly in her arm through the remainder of the funeral. Not once did the young girl struggle. Instead, she found herself at ease in the stranger's warm embrace. Not one at the funeral would have guessed it. Not even a little girl, but at that moment, she felt a strange warmth filling her tiny heart. The strange warm feeling she didn't have when her mom was alive. Was this what being happy felt? But once the funeral ended, the strange woman released the young girl from her grasp, never to be seen again. The happiness that the little girl had felt also disappeared. Ever since then, she had been lying to herself that she had lived a fulfilling life. For Ice, maybe those who still think that their lives have meaning would ridicule the way she lives. Forgettable. Uneventful. Lonely. The money Ice received from her inheritance was supposed to allow her to live life to the fullest. But she could get whatever she wanted. But it wasn't enough to overshadow the loneliness that was consuming her. That was, until she met someone unexpected. A naive princess who was willing to do anything to be part of Ice's world. The princess was bright and delightful. At first, Ice didn't care much for her. But as the two spent time together, they became inseparable. That feeling that Ice never thought would return came back tenfold when she welcomed the princess into her life. The pair loved and cherished each other. They were so happy that it made others around them jealous. However, the time together would come to an abrupt end. The princess ended up passing away. She didn't even have the chance to say goodbye. Her death was all too sudden. The heart-wrenching memory of the splashes of blood forever burned into Ice's mind. That stupid dream again. Her room was filled with random tech things. Something no one would expect to see for a girl her age. Lily Ice has been having trouble sleeping. A sharp pain rips through her head. My head is killing me. She glances at the bottle of medicine, contemplating. She shakes her head. Let's skip on medicine for today. What's the point in taking medicine if it doesn't help her? The young girl lays back down and stares up at the ceiling. Ice always forgets to turn the TV off before she goes to sleep. She never tried turning it off, though. She had heard from somewhere that background noise could help soothe someone to sleep. As Ice continued to stare at the ceiling, her mind wandered from her need to sleep to another problem plaguing her. Lately, Ice had been having troubles with her research. What theory should I apply to that particular problem? Majoring in science was never an easy task. It was filled with hours of research, testing out hypotheses, and hoping that you'll eventually find the answer to the problem. I'll figure something out tomorrow. For now, I need to try to get some rest. Ice closes her eyes and eventually drifts off to sleep. Little did she know what awaited her when she woke up. Day 1, melancholy world, missing report, no progress on subject, status normal, no irregular, abnormal activities, tired, debilitating, worsening cold, missing date, unretainable memory. It's morning already? Oh, wait, what? I don't remember bringing a girl into my room. I don't even know anyone that well where they would just waltz into my room like they own the place. Wait, this isn't my room. Where the hell am I? You're finally awake. Took you long enough. She sounds annoyed, but she had all the time in the world to try and wake me up. Who are you? Where are we? Who are you? Where are we? You can call me Alice. As for your second question, I'm not sure. From the looks of it, it seems like we've been confined here. This has to be a dream. Either that or this girl kidnapped me and is playing a cruel joke on me, hoping to get a rise out of me. I slap myself hard. I use this technique a lot and try to wake myself up from nightmares with it. But I'm still here. Slapping yourself isn't gonna do anything. This is very much real. Nope, I refuse to believe this is real. Maybe I didn't hit myself hard enough? I slap myself again and again, but no matter how many times I try, the scenery before me does not change. Seriously, can you stop? Being trapped here already makes me nervous as hell. Now I have to be trapped with a maniac? I'm starting to think my chances of getting out of here alive are slim to none. If I can relate the situation to anything, it'll be Metamorphosis by Franz Kafka? I feel Kafka-esque. At least I'm not being turned into a roach, though. So, we're really stuck here, Alice? Yes. There's only one exit and it's locked. Feel free to check it out for yourself if you don't believe me. She's right, the door won't budge. Not even an inch. Taking a closer look at the door, I realize it has an electronic lock. Which means we can't lockpick it, so the only way to get out of here is by finding the passcode to the door. Suddenly I can hear my phone buzzing. Alice's phone must be doing the same as she takes out a device from her pocket. Taking out my phone, a 5-digit number in bold letters appears on the screen. Could this be? It's the door password, it has to be. Put in the code. My hand hovers over the keypad. What are you waiting for? Put it in. That's what she said. Call it a gut feeling, but I don't think putting the code in right now would be a good idea. Let's hold off putting in the code for now. You can sit here for the rest of your life, but me, no thanks. Alice runs straight to the door, shoving me aside in the process. Before she could even put in the first digit, I grab her hand. What are you doing? Let me go! Don't you find this all too convenient? What do you mean? The fact that we got the code without any effort? Don't you think that's weird? For all we know, this could be a trap. A trap? We're already trapped in here, and this may be the only clue to escape. The perpetrators have gone through all this effort to confine us here. Do you really think that they would let us out that easily? All I'm saying is that we don't know anything about the situation we're in. Let's try to gather information first. Alice stops for a moment, contemplating what I just said. Her hand drops to her side, and I take that as my cue to let go of her. We just need to stay calm, okay? Easy for you to say. What's your name? I just realized I didn't ask you for it earlier. What's your name? I just realized I didn't ask you for it earlier. You can call me Ice. Taking a closer look at Alice makes me realize that, hey, she's cute. I'm sorry for my attitude. I thought there was something wrong with you. Acting all calm about a serious situation. But after hearing your... Gosh, why did you not add name signifiers? Oh my gosh, this is so frustrating. I'm sorry for my attitude. I thought there was something wrong with you, acting all calm about a serious situation. But after hearing your opinion on the matter, I realized that I was the issue. This is why I can't stand cute girls. I proposed the idea to investigate the room to Alice. Taking a look around the room is giving me a sense of deja vu. This room's interior decorations look very familiar. It has a technological vibe to it. After searching for a while, we don't find anything useful. Despite the strange situation we're in, I'm not feeling a sense of dread. Rather, the complete opposite. This strange, warm, and fuzzy feeling fills my heart. I don't know why. We're not gonna find anything in this room. Let's just give up and put in the password. Looks like that's our only option now. Let me do it. I quickly walk towards the door with Alice following closely behind. Putting in this password might be a bad idea, but considering the situation right now, we have no other choice but to give it a shot. The door actually opened. We should have done this in the first place. What a waste of time. By the way, there was this strange book lying near you when you were sleeping. I can't understand anything in it, so you can have it. Alice quickly hands me the odd-looking book. It has a giant A on the cover. I open up the book, quickly scanning its pages, hoping to find something useful. The content of this book is weird, but it could be useful down the road. However, why our kidnappers put it in the room with us? Anyone's guess. As I delve further into the book, a series of questions arise in my mind. Who wrote this? Could this be related to if... Alice angrily rushes out the door, catching me off guard. Unable to finish my thought, I run out of the room, trying my best to catch up with her. So much for her apology earlier. You know, she could at least pretend to like me. Usually, I don't give a crap about what others think of me, but considering the situation we're in, it wouldn't hurt to act nice. Not wanting to lose her, I follow Alice as best I can. The two of us find ourselves in a hallway that could only belong in a house. All the windows have been black, shrouding the house in darkness. I must say, whoever owns this house must have helophobia. Not gonna lie, this house is ominously gloomy. Let's take turns using our phones as flashlights. That way we don't drain one person's battery and we're stuck with one phone. Much to my surprise, Alice is composed clearly not affected by the dark atmosphere in which we now find ourselves in. Can't say I expected that. Good idea. Navigating the house isn't difficult for us since the interior design is quite simple. Plus there's a lot of furniture we need to maneuver around. Up ahead I see a big door. Could it be the entrance to this place? I hope there's no password this time. Let's check it out. Alice take the lead this time. Alice carefully holds and twists the door handle with her small hand. The door slowly opens and leads to a white room. Helophobia, a type of phobia that depicted the fear of any kind of bright light, ranging from mild to severe. It is widely used as a characteristic for many fictional creatures such as vampire, ghosts, and werewolves. Oh. Alice carefully holds and twists the door handle with a small hand. The door slowly opens and leads to a white room. Within the room, there's only a ladder leading up. So, are we underground? That explains why the house is so freaking dark. Alice hastily climbs up the ladder. Can't you just stop to think before doing something? For all we know, we could be walking into danger. I put my doubts aside and follow Alice's lead. Alice pushes the round lid with all her strength. The scenery that appears before us is something only seen in games and movies. A devastated wasteland. Rubble and destroyed buildings decorate the land. The only thing we can make out is the street line beneath us. Where are we? This can't be real. I glance over at Alice, who is trying to process what she's seeing. She can't believe it either. Eventually, we begin walking. The more we walk, the more hopeless we feel. Let's stop for a bit, Alice. My body's tired. There's no signs of life, just emptiness. The only sound we hear is a bird wailing in the distance. None of us can accept the reality that we're in. I was just enjoying my college life yesterday. I was in college? What happened before I got kidnapped and was put in this house? For some reason I can't remember anything, no matter how hard I try. And coding failure at a time like this is... I hate myself. Coding and failure refers to brain occasionally failing to establish a memory link. It also prevents the brain from creating and storing memories. There's a specific time where we cannot recall in details what transpired, and it seems impossible to remember anything. Forgetting is a part of life. It is also human nature. There's no point in dwelling in past mistakes. Hey there, Void. Welcome back. Or, yeah. Hey. Sorry, I was in character voice. I need to distract myself. If I keep thinking like this, I'm only gonna make myself feel worse. Let's talk to Alice. I don't know anything about her. Plus, maybe she might remember what happened to her because... She might remember what happened to her... What happened to her because was taken? If she does, it could help me piece together what happened to me. Do you remember anything before this, Alice? It's a stream. You're fine. Even when I'm playing Digimon Survive, I try to find breaking points to talk to people. Do you remember anything before this, Alice? I don't expect her to give me a detailed answer. After all, my question sounded vague. You seriously don't remember anything at all, Ice? You probably don't believe me, but my head is kind of fuzzy. I can't remember anything prior to this. There's no point in lying to Alice. To my reply, Alice nods and heavily sighs. Is it just me, or does Alice seriously not like me? Alice raises her voice. Let's split up. We need to find resources. If we stick together, we won't be able to cover a ton of ground. If we split up like Alice suggested, we will be able to amass more resources and increase the area of search. At the same time, being off by ourselves is risky. Another option is to stick with her. Cover more ground and get more resources, or sticking together. I agree, let's split up. Once these words leave my mouth, my stomach gets queasy. Day 2, Alice in Wonderland. I have a feeling I shouldn't separate from Alice. I have to stay away from Ice. I must remember everything. I remember everything. I must find the truth. Thank you, Alice. I'm sorry, Ice. A long time ago, there was a peaceful kingdom that lay deep in the forest. The kingdom enjoyed a long period of peace due to being isolated from the rest of the world. The kingdom's king and queen had but one beautiful daughter, Alice. Alice was incredibly mature and intelligent for someone her age. She was able to understand complex mathematical problems and could solve them in a matter of seconds. She also had the ability to deduce what other people thought and felt. No one could hide their true feelings from the little girl, no matter how hard they tried. The king and queen were very happy to have such a talented daughter. So they gave her gifts. Toys, books, maids, food, everything that the kingdom had to offer eventually wound up in Alice's possession. However, as Alice grew older, so did the boredom and emptiness she felt. When she was alone, she asked herself, why is the kingdom so peaceful? Every day she desperately sought out anything that could make her feel something. However, nothing worked. She couldn't feel any sense of accomplishment like others did because whatever problem or project was thrown at her, she finished it effortlessly. She no longer felt like the treasured, talented princess everyone, including her parents, claimed she was. Alice was a physical embodiment of nothing. The princess tried to lock herself in her room and wound up becoming depressed. Her self-isolation and degrading mental state worried the king and queen. They tried to go to her room and cheer her up. They offered her money and handsome men in hopes that would make her happy again. Every day a new man came to Alice's door, but none of them satisfied her. That's when Alice had an idea. She thought it would be more fun if she had absolute control over these men's lives. Maybe that would bring some joy to her dull, depressing life. Although wary, the king and queen were more concerned with their daughter's well-being. If they refused to help in this endeavor, she might end up hurting herself, or worse. Thus, they reluctantly allowed her to take advantage of these men. Alice lined up the most attractive men from the kingdom and had intercourse with them. Then she tortured them both physically and mentally! Yikes! Corpses began filling the castle. There were so many of them, the foul stench became one with the castle. The furniture started to smell rotten. The food, which used to flood the halls of the castle with their delicious aroma, were no match for the horrible smell the decaying corpses were emitting. Many wives in the kingdom became worried about their husbands' whereabouts. They wondered if they had done something wrong to cause their beloveds to run away without notice. Little did they know that their husbands were close by. Despite all this, the king and queen were happy with their decision. Alice was brighter and happier than ever before. Yikes! They finally got their daughter back. Wait a minute! This kingdom is America! As the number of men in the kingdom significantly decreased, this made the people in the kingdom begin to feel concerned. The authorities turn a blind eye to the kingdom's people's worry, I guess? Eventually, the lack of action made the people angry. They all gathered together and began investigating into the disappearances. They found out that all the men who were summoned to the castle never left. The people in the kingdom gathered forces and planned a coup d'etat. Hey, Sonny, what's up? How's your day? Their coup was a success! They all agreed to behead the princess, Alice. With her dying breath, Alice said that she was grateful for being born. At the same time, she was sad that she no longer had any toys to play with. What the fuck, game? Also, I don't want to keep it to myself just because it is a queer game. This may be the worst visual novel I've ever played. It has artistic merit, of course, but like, I have issues with the presentation and the writing. And I feel like so many people consider visual novels to be low art, and we don't agree. And this visual novel has made it clear to me that like a lot more work than you assume goes into visual novels. The cut off text a little bit ago, the fact that speakers don't have little boxes. It's not following certain conventions of visual novels, and it's hurting the game. There doesn't need to be interaction throughout. Like, I still consider it a game even if it's like a kinetic novel, as in like it doesn't have any choices at all. But it presents itself in a way where you would assume that it would, especially because of the whole like the starting room, locked door, let's look for a way out thing, which seemed like it was going to do some adventure game stuff, or at least give us some options, which it did not. And the story is just moving way too fast, and I have to blame that on the writing. The writing is, and it feels shitty for even saying this because we're not like, I mean, we've been writing for a long time, but I guess we have imposter syndrome and being like, oh, we've been writing for a long time, but we've never had anything published. And it's like, I guess technically the Babzines that we've been getting our erotica published in would count, right? It's not like capital P published, but it's something. But regardless, you don't need necessarily accolades or achievements for your writing to be good or mean something. And I'm seeing like flaws in the writing, and maybe it's because they wanted this to have a brisk pace, but I feel like they're tipping their hand too much. This like too much tell and not show, right? And I guess like the interactions feel very surface level. I see the mystery that they're trying to sow, but I'm having a hard time being invested in either character. Obviously, given the princess that got beheaded is the same name as one of our leads, makes me think that this has some connection to the character, that has some connection to the character we know, especially because Ice had a childhood close friendship bordering on romance with a young princess who we didn't get a name for, who died suddenly. But given that the princess from the story we just read was an adult when she died, that makes the connection not exactly clear. Although my other problem was, and this one's just a nitpick. It's like, oh, the women's husbands were concerned about their whereabouts, and I'm like, wait, but these were suitors, right? Like, that doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, the king and queen is like, okay, any man, I don't care if you're married or not, come and entertain my our daughter. I mean, considering what was happening, it kind of tracks that they wouldn't care if the men were married or not. But if, especially if they were like not like peasants, like if these were like men of like class, they wouldn't need to be thrown at the princess because there'd be no benefit to it. At least not in the normal like continuing monarchy sort of way. But I know that the writer wanted to make it flow effortlessly into, okay, there's consequences to her killing these men, which easily could have still happened with like the men's families. Because if it's like, hey, I want to have relationships with this kingdom, let me see if my son hits it off with this kingdom's daughter and they can get married. But I think that they didn't go that route because they wanted it to be a coup d'etat from like a revolution standpoint instead of a war with another nation. Or maybe they didn't even think about that. I don't know. I hate criticizing other people's art, but this is bad art. I feel like a shithead. I want to see what other stuff this creator has made, because you have to fail in order to get good. So I want to see how this dev improves. And I'm glad that they charge money for it, even though, from a capitalistic standpoint, I would be upset if I actually had paid money for this game individually and didn't get it in a bundle. I say this because I want to speak the thing that I think I normally would be trying to do, or Drizzle might even like try to say the quiet part out loud in a more nice way. But basically, I don't want to hide my contempt for the story that I'm going down right now. And if it didn't seem so short, I would have quit already. Or if I was playing this not on stream, I would have quit already. And I feel shitty about that because I think stories are worth being told, even stories that aren't told super well. I'm not even that totally about the mystery at this moment, but I am willing to see where it goes. We're okay. Been struggling with PTSD lately, we guess. Working on it. I'm glad you're trying to work on it instead of, kind of just feeling defeated about it and not doing anything to help yourselves. It can be really hard to deal with like PTSD symptoms in general, let alone trying to heal. Some of this is reminding Autumn of Hanabe Renmei. Is that like a Toyu character? Oh yeah, there was some whiplash. And it got that backstory or that story got real graphic real quick. It felt very shock value. Yeah, the princess just started fucking and killing them. God. Criticizing is good if it's creative criticism instead of just, this is shit. Having it be, this part could have been better because of this issue. Yeah. I totally get that. But, I mean, it's probably because of our BPD and, rejection sensitive dysphoria that, like, reflectively, I feel bad because it's like, if someone, chewed out my writing, I'd feel bad even if I thought it was true. And I just don't like the idea of making people feel like shit. Because, of course, they put work into it. Hanabe Renmei is an anime from the early 2000s. We suggest it if you liked Lane. Well, I guess I'll put it on my list. Because we really like Lane. Huh? Alice was startled. All the exploring has caused strain on her body. Ever since she separated from Ice, Alice headed back towards the bunker that had confined them. Ice is definitely lying. She knows something she has to. She knows something she has to. What is Ice really after? Perhaps this bunker holds the answer to all my questions at the moment. I can never forget that day. Someone I never knew before suddenly kept on nagging me about an upcoming apocalypse. I tried ignoring her, but she persisted. And here I am, stuck in a horrible situation with that girl. My luck is awful. From looking around, I can conclude that this bunker has to be someone's living space. The room that Ice and I woke up in was well stocked with supplies, meaning someone either lived here or used this as storage. I don't want to waste any more time looking around, so I focus all my attention on the room that Ice and I woke up in. The room contains a bed, a PC, a closet. There's no electricity connected to this one, so I can't check the PC for its contents. That leaves me with just the bed and the closet to check out. Huh? This bed kind of reminds me of the one I have. I doubt I'll ever see it again. Then I approach the closet. It looks like any normal closet to me, but there's something peculiar about it. I just can't put my finger on what exactly about it rubs me the wrong way. There's nothing inside the closet that's useful. Just some slightly worn clothing and lingerie. Usually, I don't really care about others' preferences, but this girl has no sense of fashion. At least I can conclude that this room used to belong to a girl, considering this is the only article of clothing I've come across. It's safe to assume that this bunker's owner is female. Or this place can belong to someone who likes feminine clothing? Though the first theory does support my idea that it might have been Ice who kidnapped me. After all, her fashion taste matches up with the clothes I found in the closet. But if I go with that theory, there's still a ton of questions I need answered. Why were Ice and I confined in the same room? If she made an effort to kidnap me in the first place, what does she want with me? And now she's saying that she has lost her memory and doesn't remember anything prior to this incident? Is that true? Suddenly, the PC flickers on. Although I can't make out what's on the screen, the sound comes in crystal clear. I repeat, evacuate immediately. The nuke has been launched. It's been reported that most nations in the world have planned for an all-out war as their natural resources have depleted. Thinking back, Ice also warned me that this would happen. It all just sounded so preposterous. But it turns out she was right. My mind begins to be flooded with unpleasant memories. I should have died back then. Ice should have let me die. I've always thought about dying. Damn, this game has so many typos. Typos enough that it's hard to read. And it tricks me into thinking that my dysphoria fucking up. Dysphoria. My dystopia. My dyslexia fucking up. Where is this game going? I think the piece... I know the piece is playing is like, whatchamacallit. Is like... non-copyrighted music. It's used for sad music a whole lot. Ever since my parents left me, there isn't any meaning to this world anymore. I try to play with different men in hopes of filling the void my parents left in my heart. They didn't. My legs give out, causing me to fall to my knees. Why am I still here? What's the point of living anymore? The entire world has been destroyed. Destruction as far as the eye can see. There is no place for me. Now I feel even emptier than ever before. I don't think that was possible. I should have given up when I woke up in that room. I shouldn't have let Ice put in that password. Despair is taking control of every part of my body. What's gonna happen if I see Ice again? Will she welcome me with warmth? No, that's foolish thinking. You should know better at this point, Alice, than to hope for anything good to come your way. With any luck, only terrible things will happen if I see her again. She's my kidnapper. She has to be. Alice has succumbed to darkness. Her mind and body no longer have enough energy to go on. It seems that Alice has been granted her wish. A silent death. Day 3. A silent tomorrow. At the speech Siren gave me was a headache. No one in their right mind can believe a single word she said. None of my business, I guess. She and this strange house are the only clue I have. I'm really worried about Alice, even if I don't know why. We just barely met. I'm gonna go and clean. I hope the rest of the game makes more sense. Thanks. Me too. Ever since being separated from Alice, I've been walking nonstop. I have no recollection of the city whatsoever. Signs, buildings, houses all seem so foreign to me. I decided to take a break in a fancy abandoned house. Hope no one minds. The door is already unlocked. It's no surprise seeing that the handle is almost completely destroyed. Talking about destroyed things makes me think about this whole incident. What could possibly be the cause of so much damage to the city? I let my imagination run wild. Nuclear? Meteor? War? But it seems to me that the cause of the situation is no longer any more important than who and why it happened in the first place. Nonetheless, there are so many mysteries that I want to find the answers to. This must be the only reason that's kept me going until now. I believe that my amnesia has something to do with this whole incident somehow. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, as they say. I carefully step into the house. This house is surprisingly clean. All the furniture is well maintained and in order. The perfect state of this house appears to be really odd. It scares me. How in the world could everything outside be devastated, but in this house, everything's in perfect condition? Looks like I hit the jackpot today. Hello? Anyone there? I know there's someone living here. Please come out. If my guess is correct, there's definitely someone living here. Well, looks like she was right. A girl with long black hair appears before me. My first impression is that she's around my age, if not younger. Ice? Thank God you're alive! Our team's prediction was right after all. Suddenly the girl runs in my direction and hugs me. As I am hit by surprise, both of us fall down. Hey, easy there. I'm sorry, but I believe... Hey, easy there. I'm sorry, but I don't believe we've met before. You're kidding me, right, Ice? It's not like you to be kidding at a time like this. Do I look like I'm joking to you? The one who should be surprised here is me. No? Look, I think I have amnesia. I can't remember anything before this incident. What? The girl slowly stands up. You better not be joking, Ice. Do you remember WPO? Yeah, sorry. I'm not into those kinds of hobbies. World Peace Organization. I'm sure it's supposed to be World Peace. It's all supposed to be world peace. It's 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 supposed to be world peace. Holy shit. Are there any peaches left in the apocalypse? Gosh. I'm so livid I actually got the water bottle in the trash can in one throw. James and the giant world peach. We must use peaches to take over the world. World Peach Organization? The girl shouted at me with all her might. Alright, I get it. What's this WPO you said anyway? It looks like it's useless trying to get some facts from her at the moment. You said something? You said something? My name is Siren. Okay, Siren. Can you explain everything you said to me earlier? You say you have amnesia. Yeah. Since I have no one to tell about my story, may as well share it with Siren. I tell her everything that has happened up until now. Siren looks at me scornfully. It's hard to believe. It's hard to believe, but then again, it's hard to believe this incident happened in the first place. Let me give you a quick rundown. Siren starts to explain to me many different things. Apparently, the one who was responsible for this accident was the world itself. Oh my god. Oh my god. Why is this a thing? Why is this a thing? Okay, so considering that normally today I will be playing Digimon Survive, I am getting so much whiplash with, like, I've taken for granted just how some visual novels are, or some stories are, because I feel like this author has no chill. Is too much at once. And I know they're being vague. They haven't even like done the info dump yet, but like, okay, so I guess what's the easy way to put this? Okay, so without a lot of experience, a writer is going to struggle. A fiction writer is going to struggle with establishing, say, a setting, but that's exactly why a visual novel can be so useful, because you don't have to describe the interior of this house. I can see it, so you don't have to waste words on that. However, sometimes adding extra details from the character's perspective can be helpful, just like in How Digimon Survive definitely gives us a setting, but for example, when we first go into the school, in chapter 1, it gets mentioned that the floor is dilapidated when one of the characters is like, hey, watch your step, don't want to fall through the floor. Small stuff like that. But something that I'm noticing in this writer's prose, which is something we've had in common when we were like writing stories when we were younger, and sometimes even struggle now, was just how much detail you want to put into a place or put into a moment. Like, it'd be so easy to, for example, talk about a character's features, talk about like their temperament, the sound or cadence of their voice. There's so many little details. Of course, we grew up as a fan of Stephen King, someone who is notorious for even people who criticize him say he's detailed and saying that he uses too many details. That he'll go on for 3 fucking pages talking about the eccentricities of the lines in someone's face as they frown. You don't need to have that much detail, obviously. And something that we heard on a writing podcast recently was that, like, you don't need to explain everything. There are like different styles of like descriptiveness. For example, someone might set the scene by explaining a bunch of stuff in the environment before they go into what they're doing inside the environment. But what you explain what they're gonna see. But if you're vague with it, then it paints a picture. It paints a picture using the reader's mind as a canvas more. And sometimes it can be less labor or like thought intensive to explain the setting of a scene using only the details you need to establish, which hyper focuses the scene on those specific details. If all I know about a room is the sun is shining through a window and there are two characters sitting in some chairs and there's a table between them and they're drinking tea, that's all I know. I don't know if the fucking room has carpet. I don't know if the lights are on. I don't know if we can hear a lawnmower outside. You were blind to those details until those details are introduced, which can work to your benefit. But like, the typos and the lack of detail and the speed in which they're going through scenes and the jumping between tenses, because is what's really hard for me from like from just a reading standpoint. Fuck being like taken out of the story. Just my comprehension is a little bit hurt by the fact that I don't know all the time who the speaker is. Sometimes it's narration from the character. Sometimes it's omnipotent direction. The only thing I know for sure is someone speaking, but I don't always know who is speaking, which is why in visual novels those text boxes are so fucking useful. Fantasia Bytes' favorite visual novel, Synergia, does not tell you who is speaking at any one time with like a name, but they have pictures that light up, showing the speaker, for example. There are like so many little cues. UI is so important. I didn't even realize. I'm glad I played this before we started making our own visual novel, because I'm gonna be so fucking anal about these details. No matter what person in our system is making it, I'm gonna fucking co-front and be like, bitch, you better put in this detail, or you better let the reader know who's talking. Like, there's so much you can take for granted in your medium because of what you're used to. That someone will know who's speaking, for example. I'm not trying to be mean. I swear I'm not trying to be mean. It would be great if that wasn't a typo and was supposed to be Peach. It would be great if it was supposed to be Peach. Also, because we've been experiencing so many other works lately that have been knocking on some of these themes, it also was just juxtaposing the handling of these themes so much, like the whole apocalypse thing, and like the quote unquote slow reveal of we're in an apocalypse right now. Cause that game Drizzle played last week, One Shot in the Dark and Now I'm Dead, holds the apocalypse as a premise that you don't get to know until like 70% way through the fucking game. Withholding information for a particular time can be so useful, and given that this game is a mystery, that's also good. And like having information teased out slowly, like the World Peace Organization being obviously something that she was a part of, is important. Also, we know that she was studying science, but I feel like it feels like such a child's understanding of certain concepts, because it was like, studying science is hard, having to test hypotheses and da-da-da-da-da-da, and it's like, what kind of science? And it's like, you're in a, what was the first thing before she lost her memory in describing the room? There's a bunch of tech stuff around the room, and it's like, that's so fucking vague. What do you mean a bunch of tech stuff? Do you mean computer stuff? Do you mean research stuff? Are you talking about fucking vials and beakers? Because there are so many different types of science shit. There's so many different types of science disciplines. Like, And I'm assuming that her backstory is gonna like be having to do with how things went to shit. But considering we already know that it was a nuclear holocaust, and that all the fucking nations went to war over resources and just shot nukes everywhere, it's like the type of science she's studying probably won't have anything to do with it. It might have something to do with her lost memory, but it seems like a cursory detail at best. Damn, I feel like a dick. I'm gonna use that setting building advice when I'm DMing. You're welcome. Ah, my only weakness. Parental jokes. Fizzles away. Thank you for reassuring me that I'm not bad. I still feel bad though. I will forever feel bad. God damn my life. Okay, let's continue. Saren starts to explain to me many different things. Apparently the one who was responsible for this incident was the world itself. I can't get over that statement though. Actually, you know, it reminds me of Danganronpa Ultra Despair Girls. Because it's just like, it's like, oh, what happened? Oh, the worst thing that happened in the history of the entire world. I think that's exactly what they literally call the fall of humanity into an apocalypse or whatever. Like, they simplify shit so much. Anyway. Apparently, the one who was responsible for this incident was the world itself. Saren slowly explains, to counter the all-out war policies made by the government at the time, I decided to gather resources and create a bunker. Am I that gullible to you, Saren? Take it or leave it, back then, I never believed in you, and all that crap. What? How do you know me, Saren? We studied the same major. You're famous for creating many inventions and having high intelligence and all that, despite your young age. More precisely, infamous. You always secluded yourself from the rest of us. The weird thing is, before this incident, you kidnapped Blondie like a madman. So she did kidnap this bitch! I guess Alice's intuition was correct. The Ultra Despair Girl takes place after the first game, and the first game explains it a bit. Well, doesn't the first game, doesn't the everything happen like at the end though? And they give you some exposition in Ultra Despair Girls about it, but the way they explain it, like, is just so, it's still like, it's kind of clumsy. It's kind of clumsy, I gotta say. And I know that it's like, oh, just play the first game. If you play the first game, then it wouldn't be a problem. And it's like, I'm glad I didn't play the first game yet. I'm gonna play the first Danganronpa, and I'm going to fucking riot when I do, because I have so many thoughts and feelings and emotions. I have so many thoughts and feelings and emotions that I'm gonna have to get out. No, I have not played any Danganronpa games other than Ultra Despair Girls. I'm not playing any of them until I finish Ultra Despair Girls, because that's going to be my favorite game. Because even though I love visual novels, I like how Ultra Despair Girls is. And also like its messaging. And honestly, I'm probably not even going to play a Danganronpa game immediately after I play Ultra Despair Girls. After I play Ultra Despair Girls, I'm going to play fucking World End Club. I shit you not. Great game. Well, I played the demo so far, and the demo was awesome. Or we played the demo, rather. Okay, I'm calm again. The weird thing is, before this incident, you kidnapped Blondie like a madman. Everyone at the scene, including me, was really surprised, but could not find it in ourselves to reach the phone because of how stupid it was. Saren continued on and on about anything prior to this incident. Really cool transitions. I really like the transitions for this game. Oh yeah, I already know in Danganronpa I'm gonna have a lot of emotions because of the context of the second case / second death. I saw a video essay about it and I was just like, oh god. Well, actually, Drizzle saw it because she was doing research for a different essay. Thank you. Uh. Fuck. That was a good stretch. That was a good photosynthesis. Good fish. It's getting dark. I'm more overwhelmed with Saren's rambling compared to her story. Let's rest for today. We can go over the details tomorrow. Saren's not happy with the sudden interruption, but her body agrees to it. Just use a room upstairs. Mine is near the stairs. Speaking of which, is this your house, Saren? No, now that you mention it. I also woke up in this house. Don't ask me the reason, I don't know myself. Yeah. Also, there's some food left in the refrigerator. Whether or not it's edible is up to science. Help yourself, though. Now that Saren mentioned it, I realized I haven't eaten anything since I woke up. The refrigerator is dead. It gives off a rotting smell. Tres bien. There's some instant noodles. Other stuff is expired to an extent that I cannot make out their appearance. Better leave them alone. Clutching the noodles makes me think about many things. First, what will happen tomorrow? The situation is not very optimistic. I need food and resources. They're needed for survival. Even if I manage to survive, what comes next? Is there any meaning at all? Thinking about meaningless things isn't like me at all. I've always faced problems head on. I couldn't believe a single thing that Saren told me, all thanks to my amnesia. If you have amnesia, how do you know that you always face things head on? Just thinking critically here. Just thinking critically here. Filling up my stomach makes me feel rather sleepy. Well, things can wait until tomorrow. Even now, I can't believe everything that I've just been through. That reminds me, wonder how Alice is doing. If what Saren said is true, then I'm probably overthinking things. There's no way I would commit such an act. There are 4 rooms upstairs. One is occupied by Saren. That leaves me with 3 to choose from. I was thinking of checking what each room contains, but I'm too beat up for today. I decided to pick the one next to Saren's. The room greets me with a strange yet familiar scent. There's a closet and a bed. The comfiness of the bed allures me. There's only one word that can describe my feelings right now. Tired. I'm tired of thinking what comes next. As soon as I lie down on my bed, my eyes start to give up on me slowly. I can hear some noises downstairs. Must be Saren. I slowly raise my body. Sunlight shines across the room. It's hard to make out the sun. It looks gloomy and obnoxious. I have confidence in my eyes, so that must have to do with how the air has become contaminated. Aside from the noise coming from below, I can hear some static noises from afar. No point in dwelling about all that now, I guess. That coincidence is crazy. Inside the closet, there's a variety set of female clothing. Her size is about the same as mine. So sorry to the owner. Well, she's probably dead anyway. I hurry down the stairs and meet up with Saren after finishing up. Is it just me, or does Saren look even more serious than before? Speaking of which, where did I wake up? Speaking of which, where'd you wake up, Ice? This may sound more unbelievable than your story. Saren, but I woke up in the house. Yeah, it's so unbelievable that you woke up in the house. Just like how she woke up in the house. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just can't help myself from nitpicking. It's just like, it's not unbelievable. It's not. I feel like I'm reading the room. Oh, hi, Mark. This is the lesbian room now. I'm sorry. What ultimate would you all be? The ultimate nutcase. That's fucked up and entirely ableist, but I have no idea what our ultimate would be as a system. Probably like the ultimate empath or some dumb shit. This game hurts me. I'm dying. I feel like the room would be more entertaining, but although you're making this very fun. You welcome. Of course you'd be the ultimate hope. God. Maybe I'd be the ultimate dumbass. Its structure suggested it was a bunker. On top of that, I was with a girl named Alice. Oh, that's Blondie. Saren raises her voice. We must investigate that bunker, Ice. It may provide us with clues. It's strange how Saren gets so worked up over my story. There's nothing more to see there, but if you insist, well, why not? Better than sitting here with nothing to do. As Saren suggested, I lead her to the bunker. To my surprise, the lid has been lifted. Someone must have entered the bunker. I remember clearly putting the lid back after Alice and I opened it. Suddenly, Saren makes a ruckus. You seriously don't remember anything, Ice? This is your home. Cat got my tongue. Like I've been saying, the only one I know who lives in a bunker is you, Ice. My heart races fast, a sense of ruination runs through my veins. My head is increasingly becoming pressured with thoughts. So many thoughts pressure my head, yes they do. It's okay, Noelle, we can be the ultimate dumbasses. The place is indeed familiar to me, but somehow I also feel that I do not belong here at all. Let's head inside. Let's head inside. Saren hurriedly enters the bunker. Regain consciousness? What? Wait. Cat got my tongue? Ruination? Yeah, I guess that they're being like facetious or like hyperbolic. But a sentence like after I regain consciousness is like so misleading. God damn. I was like, gosh. Alright. And also because Ice is such like a like stoic and oh yeah, I'm explaining why I think that was bad writing, not just from like a general understanding standpoint, but in the sense that thinking of it as a hyperbole is hard in the context of Ice saying it, because Ice is not like an imaginative person. Ice is like a cold, calculating, scientific person. That's how they've been characterized. At the very least, they're a realist. So even though they have a lot of thoughts swirling in their mind, I don't think that they would have called that losing consciousness. So it feels uncharacteristic as a way to explain what's going on in her head. This is teaching me how to be a better writer, and I hate it. We can all be the ultimate dumbasses. Everyone here is way smarter than I am. The dumbasses, I only have 2 brain cells. You have 2 brain cells. You can start a fire. You are such a minimalist, Ice. Besides supplies, there is nothing here, not even a piece of furniture. Guess you were really serious about this whole apocalypse thing. I have an even worse feeling about this bunker than before. Something is definitely wrong with it. Alice? Ice? I have to find Alice! Even I can't understand why I'm so motivated. An inner voice tells me that I must head to the room where we first woke up immediately. I wonder if Alice probably didn't kill herself. She probably didn't kill herself. She's not unalived. You can't have words in blue on a blue background. I wasn't even gonna mention that one. I wasn't gonna mention that one. I didn't want to be. I already feel like a bitch already. I wasn't gonna say it. But you are correct. Although it is less egregious than some stuff. Shit. There are certain times in Digimon Survive where I can't easily read the words because it's white because the letters are white with no like shadowing or like different color outline, and some characters literally are just on have like white, or some backgrounds have white in them and it's hard to read. Sometimes that happens. But given how few backgrounds this game has, I think they should have noticed. I am also wondering, because of the mishaps I'm seeing with the game, outside of like what I think about the skill of the writing with like the typos and what you just pointed out, Noel. I'm thinking that maybe they didn't have any test readers or anything. Oh dear. The room greets us with a bloody scene. I was too late. We see Alice's corpse emanating a foul stench. Her eyes are full of tears. As a last attempt, I try to move Alice's body. It's no use. I feel no life coming from her. It was all my fault. Things could have been different if I had decided to stay with her back then. My memory returns, but it's too late. Alice was my dearest childhood friend. She died in a car accident. Ever since then, I grieved over her death. I want to see her again. It's just unfair. We are made for each other. I dedicated my life into research and finally invented a time machine. Time is fragile and unpredictable. A trivial change can trigger a butterfly effect and cause a mess. I ignored these risks. I still wanted to bring Alice back to life. I succeeded. Alice didn't die that day and continued to live. I always tried to keep my eyes on her. I wanted to be by her side, but was scared that my involvement in Alice's life may bring back the tragedy. Then in the near future, the apocalypse happened. I decided to travel back in time and protect Alice. I used all the resources available and even brought some stuff from my timeline to set up this bunker. I went against everyone and everything to save Alice. I was so madly in love with her that nothing else mattered to me. I snuck into her university under a fake identity, and when the time was right, I kidnapped her. I locked the bunker tightly to secure Alice. The impact was too big and the whole bunker was shaken. Then I felt tired all of a sudden, and I collapsed right under Alice. Never have I felt this hopeless before. Everything is fading away in an instant. Dead people cannot come back. What's gone will be forever gone. As a scientist, these words are a mere curse rather than facts to me. All of my efforts were in vain. In the end, I still let Alice die. Is there nothing I can do? No, there's something I can do! I have a time machine! If I remember correctly, it's still somewhere in the house. I can jump back in time and save Alice. Where are you going, Ice? Calm down. My body moves on its own. I hit the machine behind the closet. The password was the same as the one on the door. So convenient! But it did explain why that was her dead friend from childhood. This game jumped the fucking shark, though. Is there, like, the limit now to the number of live channels followed? It'll show on the left bar? I don't know. I never thought about it. I don't think there is a limit, though. I think you just scroll and scroll and scroll and scroll. But I don't know. We don't even know how many channels we follow at this point. Everything makes sense. The me before the incident must have predicted that I failed to save Alice this time, so there's a password on the phone. Sometimes I amaze myself with my intelligence. Hey, what's this wacky looking machine? Oh, I forgot about Saren. I was caught up with how to save Alice. Saren, believe it or not, this is a time machine. Don't tell me you plan. Yes. I interrupt Saren before she can end her sentence. This isn't a dig at the writing. This is a dig at Ice as a fucking person. She's gonna just go back in the past to fucking save Alice. She don't give a fuck about the end of the world. What she needs to do is fucking stop the end of the world. She's a fucking time machine. She could do that shit. But no. It's just like, all I care about is my gay crush. But that's a fair character flaw. That is a good character flaw. Which they acknowledge. Then why don't you go back in time and stop the incident from happening? That doesn't make any sense to me. Now that Saren mentions it. Saren, I have to admit that my time machine is not perfect, truth be told. It's not very functional. It can only send us back in time by interfering with the time flow and editing our data so that we exist in that timeline. Other than that, nothing is guaranteed. The probability of success is lower than winning the lottery. Oh, there are some risks. One such example is that I lost my memory. I won't go over the details of the machine's mechanism as it will take a lot of time. All I can tell you is that it's impossible to prevent the incident. Okay, I get the gist of it. I'll go with you, Ice. Just leave yourself a fucking note if you're gonna lose your memory. I like time travel in media sometimes. It's hard to handle it well. It's as popular now as zombies were in like the 2010s. Okay, I get the gist of it. I'll go with you, Ice. A bold request. You sure? It's the only way to get out of the situation, Ice. If I can choose, I will believe in you again. I paid the price for not believing you the first time. Thank you. I cannot leave Sarah here by herself after all. I've had enough of being alone and letting others be left alone. But I must tell you, the price to pay for tampering with time is your existence will be erased. As we edit our data into another time flow, this alone corrupts our format, meaning that we are incompatible. Everything can see and perceive us, but their memories about us won't last long. There may be other survivors out there in this world, Saren. If you stay in this time flow, you and others can rebuild this world. I've made my decision, Ice. I too was naive, but I want to wake up to the smell of coffee. I tried to tamper with this static inducer machine, but there was no signal coming from anywhere. At least I can say that there is no one besides us in this area. Even if there are survivors in other countries, I'll die before they can find me. Take a look around us, Ice. Nothing but destroyed buildings and contaminated sea. I have no hope left here, Ice. The sole reason I want to go with you is that I regret not believing you before. I know for sure that if I had placed my trust in you back then, things would have turned out differently. Also, I'm gonna mention I hate this fucking Ice is a Mary Sue. Ice is a Mary Sue. Fuck, Ice is a Mary Sue. In a very specific way. Though that wasn't what was gonna be my criticism. My criticism was gonna be I hate the trope of like super duper like smart person, and you don't and you just kind of have to take it at the story's word that this person is smart. Like, it's all in the past. It's like, oh, they're young and they got to go to college. They built a fucking time machine. It's just like, they feel like character traits in the way of like Alice having blonde hair. It doesn't feel really exemplified at all. It's just kind of there. And like really good characterization like shows that, you know? And of course part of it is gotten around at this point, or sidestepped at this point, by the fact that Ice didn't have a memory. But the author felt that they still want to go with this very specific characterization of Ice despite the memory loss, which should have made them doubt their own like their own selfhood. At least a bit, instead of being like, because they were just so assured. Like the stuff in the room starting out and like thinking through the dilemma and whatnot, and like, oh, don't put in the code at first, that was fine. But like, I always think with a clear head type shit just feel at odds with the circumstance. If they're smart, show them using their intelligence. Like, if they have emotional intelligence, have them realize someone's having a problem and asking them what's wrong. Oh, Ice definitely does not have emotional intelligence, though. I don't think that's part of their characterization. Just book smarts. I don't understand why you're so obsessed with Blondie, but I can feel that you have nothing but good intentions for her. I can't stand the gruesome way she left us, so I want to help her too. It's just my gut feeling, but maybe saving Alice is the key in this situation. Saren makes her way towards me to help me operate the time machine. Nothing makes sense to me, but my muscle memory is still intact. It's weird that even though I can't understand the logic behind it, I can still manage to operate it. It's called muscle memory, bitch. I grab Saren's hand firmly. We nod and pray. I can feel Saren's warmth just before we're about to make the time leap. No note? Okay. The little princess cheerfully said, "Let's get married. I want to be with you for eternity." The young blind girl may not be fully capable of understanding the meaning of her words, but her intentions were pure. This made the poor girl jump in happiness. For her, receiving love is a kind of luxury. Yes! So you're finally awake. So you're finally awake. My head still hurts. I'm on the verge of bursting into tears the moment I see Alice again. It seems that I've retained my memory from the previous timeline. I'm in luck. Sarah must have landed in that house I first saw her in. There's no time to lose here. I must come up with a plan for Alice. I'm sorry for suddenly snatching you. Look, the outside world has been destroyed. Are you crazy or something? First you kidnapped me, and now you're saying all this nonsense? I've had enough of this. I pushed the wrong button. Alice cracks up and walks straight towards the door. It was ignorant of me to persuade Alice like this, knowing how stubborn she is. Seeing is believing, then. We'll receive the code to unlock the door in a second. This is my house, Alice. A bunker to protect us from harm. The recent world war has completely destroyed this planet. Alice ignores my words and continues to inspect the surroundings on her own. Damn, they even mixing up the thingy. Cause look, the brackets are supposed to denote speech. That's an internal monologue. That's a thought. Not even a thought. That's a description of what's happening. I've been noticing that in a few places too. Continuing. And then she comes across the entrance. It's the same password. It's the same password. Allison puts the inputs right at the same moment I told her. We make our way to the surface. It's the same as last time. Alice is shocked at the scenery that she's looking at. What do I have to do to make Alice believe me? I've been thinking about this the whole time we were in the bunker. But it seems I found the answer. I approach and softly hug Alice. Please believe me. I know it's hard, but I don't have any intentions of harming you. At first, Alice reacts strongly by pushing me away. But I won't give up. Then she starts to cry. Her cold body shaken up. What Alice needs is not facts, but love. What Alice needs is not facts, but love. It takes time, but now I finally understand my flaws. As a loner, I only cared about myself and achieving results. I forgot the most important thing. Feelings. There is someone we have to meet. First, let's meet up with her, and then we can discuss what comes next. Alice reluctantly agrees. I try to wipe away the tears on her face with my handkerchief. Do you remember this handkerchief, Alice? It looks familiar. You gave me this when I was bullied in kindergarten. Back then, we could never get along with the rest of the class. It was a long time, but I don't expect you to remember it. No, I remember it. It was my favorite handkerchief. I have a fond memory of spending time with this girl. I just can't remember anything related to her clearly. God, I hate the fucking speaker brackets with no indication of who's speaking. The story makes less sense than Kingdom Hearts. I am in pain. Oh, I think this story makes perfect sense. It's just worded terribly. Oh, hey, Zumi. Wow, I guess you came through the loser-shaped hole in the ceiling, huh? Oh, I'm glad I carpeted the place with newspaper. Sorry it's not thicker, but I'm sure your padded tush will have kept you safe from the fall. Oh gosh, you stink. Maybe I'll give you a change if you're good. Mwah! Forehead kisses. Punk, has anyone in your system seen Ben 10? We saw it as a kid. I can't really attribute it to any specific fluff. But we've seen Ben 10 and a little bit of Ben 10 Alien Force. And the first Ben 10 movie. Very good. I always wanted to meet up with this girl again. It was really sad I had to move away at the end of the year. This is the consequence of messing with time. I'm surprised Alice could still remember some of it. It seems that her strong feelings have helped her to overcome this. I'm sorry, Alice. What's with the sudden apology? If anything, it's me who should say sorry to you, Ice. Huh. Ice is your name, isn't it? Look, like, I don't need to worry about the side effects of... Looks like I don't need to worry about the side effects of time travel. This has made my desire of protecting Alice even stronger. For some reason, I hold Alice's hand while we walk. I hope Saren will still be there. We walk for a long distance, but Alice hasn't asked me anything yet. Walking this long drains much of our energy. Here we are! Gosh. Gosh, this fucking game. I hope that there's some time travel thingy she wasn't thinking about, or she couldn't have predicted. I hope something bites her in the ass just for laying her guard down that much. Like, holy fucking Christ. In the apocalypse, it turns out to be Colorado. Here we are. We finally arrive. Enter the house while Alice follows. Saren, are you here? I tried to shout as loud as I could. Alice catches her breath by sitting on the sofa. Why am I calling out to Saren? I am a little scared. Well, why are you calling out to Saren? Because you are looking for her. I just seems like the thing to do. I fear that my memory isn't right and that Saren has failed to make the time leap. I hear you, jeez. You and your loud mouth, Ice. Saren! I couldn't be more overjoyed. I quickly introduced Alice to Saren. Are you fucking serious with this music right now? All the gay bitches meet. Saren and I tell Alice everything that's happened till now, which is literally that we remember each other and we walked here. Alice looks confused, but we know that she is catching up with the facts. So, I have died many times in other timelines. Hearing the two of you say that is really weird. I won't let you leave me again, Alice. Ice is a fucking stalker, by the way. Time stalker. I suddenly stand up. You suddenly stand up? Bitch, you never said you were sitting down. Okay. Continuing. Prince? Okay, Prince, calm down. What's important is that now you're with us, Alice. We have a long discussion on different random topics, but most are questions rather than satisfying answers. I have a strange sense of deja vu. Has this all happened before? We walk, we talk, laugh, and become aggressive. Those are a lot of different things. It seems that all this has happened in the past. Alice really is getting along with Saren, whom she just met. The two talk as if they have known each other for a long time. I hope she doesn't mention to Alice that she previously killed herself and that's why we had to go in the past again. We exchanged words and have just realized that it is already nighttime. Wow. Alice helps us in preparing dinner. It's not delicious, but we are all happy. What'd you eat? Was it instant noodles? Did the trash smell in the refrigerator piss anyone off? Like literally there were past details in the story that you could hearken on to deepen the impact and the effect of the moment. And you just want to finish, don't you? You just want to finish. I understand. I also want to finish. I'm sorry. Then we decide to rest for the day. Or night, who cares? Alice chooses a room near me. Ooh, hot singles in your area. Tomorrow will be a long day ahead. I guess what comes will eventually come. Come. We will cross that bridge when we get to it. Never before have I felt this sense of accomplishment. As I begin to close my eyes, the door suddenly cracks open. Can I come in? You can't sleep either, Alice? Alice slowly approaches my bed. Ooh, cute CG. I remember we used to sleep next to each other like this. I firmly hold Alice's cold, small hand. Alice tells me about what's on her mind at the time. About her relationships, family, and her opinions on many different things. Can we hear what the many different things are? I'd love to know what her experience has been, being a princess and all. Please, tell me about her relationships and her family. She had parents that in the previous timeline, she mentioned that might be dead. That seemed to be dead. Even without her knowing that they were dead because of the apocalypse. Something happened there. So much context you could elaborate on. But you just want the CG. Alice's soothing voice reassures me. It makes all my concerns go away in an instant. Hey, Ice. Alice suddenly lowers her voice. She tries to lean more on me. One of the things about Alice that made me fall in love with her in the first place is her scent. Bitch, that's lust. Always on my mind. Flowery aromas, fragrances, and perfumes. I couldn't find a single word to describe it perfectly. Convenient. Her silky hair slowly reaches my ear. The poking creates a sensation all over my body. Alice places her hand firmly on my chest. At this moment in time, all my thoughts leave me instantly. If hypothetically speaking, I were to leave on a journey, would you come find me? I was caught off guard by this question. I didn't expect this coming from Alice. As much as I wanted to reply right away, that of course, I'd find her even if it was at the end of the world, I stopped for a moment, realizing that I am literally at the end of the world and have found her multiple times. I start to wonder why Alice would ask me such things. Is this one of her jokes, or is it meant to be taken seriously? Either way, it's hard to come up with the right answer. So, I don't want to upset Alice. Alice's eyes are fixated on me. Even if my eyes are closed, I can still sense the intensity of her gaze. This makes me reminisce about the time when we were still kids. Alice always taking a keen interest in my affairs. She'd always try to step in and ask what I was doing at the time. At first it was annoying, but as time went on, I could never imagine if Alice wasn't there. The fact that Alice was right next to me was like a fleeting dream. There's nothing good about me. I'm not even in any relationship. My face is messed up. What? What? I have brain damage now. I don't understand. Why were those words spoken? I want to believe these characters have chemistry, but you literally aren't letting them interact enough. Even though they're literally right next to each other on the bed, you're just being vague. This feels like they were playing outlines for the scenes, but they just ended up putting them in the game. What happened? I joined back on my phone. Things. Stuff and things happened. I don't know how to explain it. They're getting along now. Alice moves her body even closer now. There's no distance between us. I won't let you leave in the first place. I can't imagine a life without you. Possessive. My heart beats fast. I feel as if my whole face is burning up. Romance was never my cup of tea. I don't even understand how love and relationships work. I don't bother trying. There's no logic to it, no theory to rely on. And there exist many unknown factors. Oh gosh, the I only understand science and logic, but not feelings trope. Gosh. Yet, people still chase after it blindly. Some succeed in finding their own happiness, while others mess up their whole lives because of it. I am one of those fools. I'm willing to go any distance for Alice. I know that even if the world turns their back on me, Alice is the one who will support me. This may sound weird to you, Ice, but I've had this feeling that since I woke up, there's something I must do. I will help you remember, Alice. I turn my face and make direct eye contact with Alice while replying. Wait, what? This may sound weird to you, Ice, but I've had this strange feeling since I woke up. There's something I must do. What do you want to help her remember? So disconjointed. I turn my face and make that eye contact Alice while replying. Of course, silly. You've always been there to help me, Ice. I couldn't clearly hear Alice's words. What is it, Alice? Alice closed her eyes and sighs heavily. I know it sounds cliche, but I want this moment to last forever, Ice. There's no longer any distance between Alice and me. Hearing that from Alice makes all the efforts worth it. But even if she hadn't said anything, I would still do what it takes. Alice must also have noticed this, as her tone seemed heavy, as if it were to reprimand all my actions. All the things I did back then were dangerous, I admit it. My life and consciousness would fade away in an instant. I never would have imagined I'd succeed in the first place. I was all for my selfish reasons, and now I achieved that selfish dream. Ice, it hurts! As I turn my body, I make eye contact with Alice. Alice still uses shampoo, the same shampoo she used many years ago. The feeling of her soft hair vibrant in my hand. Next time, tell me what you plan to do. I have always been fascinated with Alice's eyes. It must be because back then, I didn't see any foreigners' eyes. What the fuck does that mean? It doesn't take a genius to appreciate the beauty behind them. as if I am looking at the end of the horizon. When I'm with Alice, there's this urge in me to keep on teasing her. You haven't teased her once yet. I also don't know what you're doing to her body that made her say that hurts. Are you pulling on her hair? I don't understand. Ice, you could be more gentle, you know? Probably I will have to save this for later. Right now, my body still aches all over. Good night, Alice. Huh? Yep! Huh? What? Excuse me? What? I don't understand. Alice and me are on the same page. We still have many things to do tomorrow. It's best we finish preparing by then. Alice, we have many things to do tomorrow. It's best we finish preparing by then. Alice sounds disappointed, but what was she expecting anyway? I mean, we already kissed, and I still feel shy about that. When did you kiss? I'll wait for a bit, and it seems like Alice has dozed off. It's just that I want to make sure that she rests well. Not an excuse to look at her sleeping face. Speaking of which, everything has been weird up until now. It's hard to believe. All the things I've been through sound as if they're from a video game. Imagine a video game. If this was by any means a game, then I must say, whoever made it is messed up! You said it, not me! You said it, not me! You said it, not me! It's okay though, I'm also messed up, but not in the same way. This seems like the creator was trying to take a wholesome relationship but didn't know how. I don't think that they're supposed to be wholesome. I think it's very clear that Ice is obsessive. She mourned her childhood lover so much. She mourned her so hard. She lived her whole life without any love or happiness. And willed herself so smart, she built a time machine to save her life. And she's seen her, and she's died on her twice, at least. One of the times by suicide that she had to see. And apparently she didn't fucking hang herself or anything simple like that. It was a bloody scene, so apparently she slit her something. I didn't get enough details. I just know she was a corpse. Ice is not okay. Ice is trauma. Wow, why don't I think of willpowering solutions to my problems? I don't know, you probably just don't have a high enough IQ to understand Rick and Morty. If this was by any means a game, then I must say that whoever made it is messed up. What I see is real, I guess. As I stretch out my left arm, holding Alice, my eyes slowly start to give up. My body still feels rigid. I could sleep more, but the matter at hand is more important. A letter appears next to me? By the time we read this letter, I will have already left this place. I wanted to tell you the details about this whole incident, but I believe you and Siren can solve it. All I can tell you is that the one who is responsible for all of this is me, and this place is my house. Go off! Do not worry. I won't try to commit suicide, as there is no longer a need for that. It's you who has given me hope, Ice. Thank you. I wanted to leave because I don't want to cause any more trouble for you, Ice, and there are still things left for me to do. We will meet again. Until then, you must try to survive. Do not die on me, Ice. I won't allow you, There are some resources in the house. They may prove useful to you in your time of need. I reread the letter many times until I lose count. Bitch, you mean you fell asleep and you woke up and there was a letter there instead of Alice? Not a letter suddenly appeared as through magic. Damn. Like, damn. Like, fucking damn. Issy, you're such a loser, you might cameo in this game. I drank water, but I refuse to stretch. What the fuck? I guess that's why it was so easy to kidnap her at. Well, actually, doesn't even make sense, because it was like, I was gonna say, it must, that's why it was so easy to kidnap her as if her, if the bunker was such a short walk from our house, from Alice's house. But if I remember correctly, she kidnapped her from her university, wherever Alice was at school for, which apparently I would assume would be farther. I discussed with Saren about the contents of the letter. We searched and looked everywhere, but could not find any traces of Alice. Even though sorrow still lurks in my heart, I don't have any sense of despair. It must be because I believe in Alice. She's not the kind of person who will leave me hanging for no good reason. In the meantime, just like Alice said, I have to make the most of my life here. Saren also agrees. Though she doesn't say it, because that would be too many words. Then we come up with a detailed plan on how to live our life here. First, Sarah and I managed to grow some crops by using the materials and tools from our bunker in Alice's house. Oh, good thing there were seeds. The canned goods in my bunker help us get through half of the month. Needless to say, everything is hard, but we try our best. We try to delegate the tasks between us. Saren's volunteers work on technical stuff, electricity and fixing devices around the house. This work isn't for me, but I'm too lazy for that kind of thing. What? What? You woke up in a room filled with tech stuff. You went to college for science things. What you mean you know science stuff? Electrical engineering, no. Me no understand. This work isn't for me. I'm too lazy for that kind of thing. Maybe because Saren has noticed that since Alice left, I'm in no mood to do anything. I thought you just said like 3 blurbs ago that you were not sad. You had no... Am I wrong? No, you say you had despair in your... something? Even though sorrow still lurks in my heart, I don't have any sense of despair. Okay. There are times when I suggest to Saren that we look for Alice, but she shoots me down immediately. Saren's logic was sound. The world I know no longer exists. Only God knows what will happen if we were to go too far from this house. I think of sneaking out a few times too, but Saren is always around the house. Plus, I think Alice knows how to take care of herself. Does she though? Does she? What I should focus on instead is try to make the most out of my life here. Hi, hydrate, huh? Thanks, Erilyn. Shit. Ugh. What I should focus on instead is trying to make the most out of my life here. That goes without saying that it's hard to do, both physically and mentally. I feel as if there is nothing left for me to achieve here. Ending? 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 Survival matters most, but sometimes I ask myself, what do I live for? Oh, look! Look, there's a narrative thingy! That's a callback to the very beginning! Living life without purpose! There's literally a thing. That's literally called back to literally like the first page. Wild. Great bookmarking? Bookending. Great bookending ideas. Glad they foreshadowed that. Before this incident, I always made sure and knew what to do, as if there were goals and rewards. Did you though? I thought you were one single-minded brain cell trying to bring your lover back to life with a time machine, and you didn't think past that thing. You didn't even care about the end of the world until just recently. Sometimes, I think it's futile to continue like this. Sarah must also have the same feeling as I did with this lifestyle, although she doesn't say it. Judging from the look on her face, Sarah seems to be more worn out than me. I don't want to cause her any more trouble. On top of that, I consider myself a bad conservationalist. With the fact that the creator decided to add a footnote to tell me what a time machine is, I'm very surprised there wasn't a footnote to tell me what a conservationalist was. So I try to focus on what I've been working on at the moment. For half of the month, we haven't talked a lot. Even though I say it works, it's not really that big of a deal. My assigned role is a scavenger. I try to pick up stuff that I think is useful. I thought you can't leave very far from the house. It's also my responsibility to prepare meals for both of us since Saren can't cook at all. Damn, that's a lot of work, damn. Well, she can, but that's another story. And that's a story I don't want to remember ever again. I must say that I am quite amazed with Saren. She turned out to be quite knowledgeable. Even as a former scientist, I've learned many things from working with Saren in the past few days. It's only been days? You grew crops in days? It's all thanks to her that we managed to get the electricity running in the house. How'd that work? About the end of the world. You need like a place for the electricity to come from. I'll continue reading and shut the fuck up. Saren's understanding of how direct and alternate current works fascinates me. I'm not even gonna fucking read it. Fuck that shit. Why even add the tip page? In layman's terms, Saren has created utility to channel the already available current. Give it a touch and voila, everything's up and running. It's weird as I wonder why the hell there's still electricity available. Me too. Then again, this whole situation is already weird to begin with if you ask me. I try to confront Saren with this question, but I wholeheartedly regret it. Saren just goes on and on about what electricity is and how she can manage to manipulate it. Even though I consider myself a scientist, I'm not too fluent on this subject in particular. I just help out Saren when needed. You don't know anything about electrical current, even though you need to know fucking like astrophysics to make a fucking time machine. Though conservation goes on for the rest of the night, as I demand that Saren stop, the conversation goes on for the rest of the night as I demand that Saren stop, but she just insists on explaining to me in detail, reminding me next time not to push that button again. What matters to me is that now we can enjoy turning on the light at night and recharging the phone battery. Another neat thing is that we can now turn on the PC in the house. There are not many files in it. We mainly use it to type things that we think might be useful later on. Better than nothing, I guess. Living with Saren in the course of 2 weeks has made me realize many things about her. This is very inconsistent with time because you said the canned foods lasted you half a month. First, she's talkative. Saren loves her voice. I think it must be because back then she had to frequently hold conferences. Second, she always treats me like I'm a lot younger than her, which is not true, as I am sure that Saren is about my age. Last but not least, Saren seems to dislike Alice. Anytime I brought Alice up, she just ignores me and says that it was not important. In the end, I don't hate Saren. I am grateful that she's been here with me. Or else, who knows what would have happened if Saren didn't stop me when I insisted on looking for Alice. That reminds me, Saren and I haven't talked in a long time. I'm curious to learn about her new discovery. I make haste downstairs. Saren is taking a break after watering the crops in the garden. It's nice that the bench is the only thing that's still standing when we first got there. I usually use it to unwind or read a book. Nothing beats the atmosphere here. Let's discuss our findings so far tonight. Sounds great. Sarah replies and hands me something. Excuse me. What is this? It looks like a tomato, but the size suggests it is a cherry. It's a cherry tomato. Saren gives me a small red fruit. There are some leaves on the head of it. It's the result of your findings. If this keeps up, we can add tomatoes to the menu. I knew it! Beggars can't be choosers, I guess. Even in this situation, fruit is helpful. I've been gathering things like these tomatoes in a nearby forest. Did tomatoes grow in forests? Fuck it. Alice and I didn't notice it was the first time we were here, but there's actually a forest near the house. Totally didn't notice a giant forest. Yep, nope, not at all. That forest always gave me bad vibes, but I just searched the surface of it. When I bring some fruit back, Sarah jumps out for joy. She immediately takes the fruit to the kitchen and extracts the seeds. I watch as Sarah does her thing and realizes that not only is she an ace with electricity, Sarah is an expert in agriculture. As I was lost in any sense of achievement, in my sense of achievement, Sarah lightly taps my shoulder and heads to the house. That's it for today. Alright, we're going to hold a girl talk all night, Ice. Okay. I think she misunderstood my reasoning for wanting a discussion. Anyway, I should finish things up, as it's getting dark. I make my routine trip to the bunker. Doing this for more than a week has bored the heck out of me. If I had enough material, I could come up with a transfer robot or something. That line of thought always persists in my head whenever I am on my way to my house. Although the backup electricity that I set up can function the whole bunker. Yep. I can only turn the light on at one room at a time. Last time I tried turning everything on, it scared the hell out of me. There's so much to do around my bunker. There's not much to do around my bunker, really, as most of the devices are unusable. I just come here to pick up the canned food that I have prepared, and before I leave, I stay in my library for a bit. I don't consider myself an avid reader. Most of the books here are for my research. Things you can't come across on the internet. Books you can't come across on the internet? Is that possible? I should have brought some books before I should have bought some more books before this incident, now that I think about it. I don't know how Sarah uses her free time. Most of the time, I see her in her room or just walking around in the garden. When I ask, she tells me that she's been working on some of her experiments. I wonder how she doesn't get bored from doing the same thing. For me, I use books to pass the time, but this is getting boring lately. Sarah and I are going to have a discussion. It's better to be back early. As I step through the door, Sarah is already sitting on the sofa behind me. Mind lending me some books to read sometime, Ice? I will read whatever you recommend. Saren smiles and glances at me. Sure, by the way, what's your genre preference, Saren? Romance, perhaps? This is unexpected. I anticipated that Saren's answer would be anything related to science. Nothing could beat a love story, right? It makes your heart all warm and the brain go haywire. Too bad there's nothing like that in my possession. Aw, but I'm not surprised since it's your library, Ice. I find that insulting on a personal level. I have romance novels, but they're girls' love novels. Is that weird? You're gay. Also, it's really interesting because you said not too long ago that she didn't understand romance and didn't like romance or other stuff and didn't really care about it. You know, until Alice. Only Alice. The apocalypse happened. You can't use the internet. I have an image to maintain, so I'll keep it a secret from Saren for now. You know, Ice, sometimes it's good to be more open. You must have missed many romantic opportunities. Whatever, shut it. Seriously, is it even that big a deal? Saren sounds like my mom or something. As Saren giggles from exposing my weakness, I put all the canned food and books on the table, then I calmly sit on the sofa. I don't comprehend what's so funny about all this. Before we talk, would you mind fixing us dinner, Ice? I'm getting hungry from all this work. I was just starting to sit down. Thanks, but I feel somewhat hungry. Alright, just wait a few minutes. I make my way to the kitchen thinking about what I should make today. I'm not a good chef, and we don't have recipes to rely on, as materials are scarce. Usually, I just combine what we have and make it edible. Let's go for something simple today. I crack open the can, put it into a plate along with some vegetables from the garden. Whenever I prepare food, Alice is always on my mind. She is a good cook. No matter the ingredients, everything will turn out fine. Cooking was one of Alice's hobbies when we were kids. She would usually feed me her latest creations. It was bad now that I remember, but as Alice kept on asking how the food was with an upbeat smile, I couldn't make her feel sad. That also doesn't line up because you said that she moved away after the time in the timeline where she would have died. And you didn't hang out anymore, you just kept an eye on her to make sure she was still alive. So after that point, you would have had no time. I hurt. She said that her parents were busy despite the fact that Alice had a housemaid, so it was up to her to make her own snacks whenever she felt hungry. That was quick. You should have taken more time, you know? Yeah, and like cooked it instead of dumping it on a plate with vegetables you didn't even wash. Shit, I forgot there was a time travel story. Who's the villain of this game? The writing is the villain of this game. I'm sorry. Ugh, keep getting triggered. Hard to avoid currently, to be honest. Are you being triggered by the game or something else? That was quick. You could have taken more time, you know? I put the plate on the table to Saren's surprise. Food! I don't want to be in there for the whole day. Besides, I'm the kind of person that doesn't take joy in eating. At least in this situation, that's what I told myself to keep on consuming this crap. Spend more time on cooking, Ice. Put more love into it, Saren says while chewing. Excuse me. Don't talk while you eat. That's common sense. Don't come crying to me when you choke. Why do you always care about such trivial details, Ice? You would be cuter if you complain less. For some reason, Alice and Saren always enjoy getting on my nerves. Saren is also super optimistic. Or maybe my face looks funnier to her. She always has that smirk whenever we're together. Have you adjusted to living here yet, Ice? Adjusted? Hope Saren is joking because that is not funny. First, I want to figure out what the hell happened in the first place. Second, I want to find Alice. First, you already know there was a nuclear bombardment. It was said multiple times. Saren's face darkens all of a sudden. I thought we agreed not to discuss Alice again, Ice. She's not a child, Ice. It's stupid to be concerned about her. Alice left us without saying anything. She must have a good reason. She left a note that's not saying not saying anything. All we can do now is believe in her, Ice. That's the only time that Sarah has sounded serious. Her reason was sound. There's no point in making any more arguments. As Sarah and I enjoy our meal, we began discussing our findings. So first things first, we restore electricity to the house. Sarah takes the lead. I have been playing with the computer around the house. Nothing useful, really. Well, the best I need to save. I need to save in case I fucking just give up. There's only a few more tips left, so I'm assuming that there's not much game left. Unreliable narrator because the narrator is a ditz. When the game has an unreliable narrator, but it's because of the bad writing and not on purpose. I'm gonna time travel to create this game so I can become the true villain. Well, the best thing is we can now recharge our phones. The PC is the only thing I can think of when the topic of usefulness is brought up. But it's lacking one critical thing: the internet. Yes, the internet. The only reason most people in this century use their technological devices. It sucks that I can no longer use it. No, it's worse now that I consider it. Never have I imagined my life without being online for at least a day. Ice. Yeah, I survived for half a month. I don't think most of the database still exists. If there is anything, it will be damaged and rendered unfixable. Sarah makes direct eye contact with me. Sometimes I wonder if she has the ability to read minds or something. That's the only thing we agree on, Saren. But you know what? Thanks to this incident, I've learned that we depend on those inventions too much. Without it, I can keep my sanity just fine. Although I prefer to have something to do in the long run. I changed the subject. What's with the weather anyway? It's the same every day. Sunny during the day and heavy rain at night. Maybe this whole incident affects more things than we can imagine. Not only has it damaged most of the buildings and structures, it's also drastically changed the weather and climate. The rain we see may prove harmful to us, so be careful. Be cautious, Ice. I choke. Who said that I would choke in the first place? Easy. Who said I would choke in the first place? Easy, easy there. Saren lightly taps my back. It can't be helped since I was surprised as well. Huh? Saren, just calm down with what I'm about to say, okay? This isn't like you, Ice. Just blur it out. We've been drinking that rainwater the whole time. Saren opens her mouth in surprise. I made sure to filter the bad substances out, so don't worry. It's funny how I just realized I'm in deep shit right now, but trying to be okay. It's funny because even if you weren't in the apocalypse, no rainwater on Earth is safe to drink. In my defense, I could not found any reliable water sources. It's better than dying of thirst. Or I'm too lazy to look for them. Collecting rainwater is the easiest way. Sam must understand that we could not always rely on bottled water, or there would be a shortage. Much to my surprise, Saren quickly looks away without scolding me or commenting. What's done is done. Better hope that nothing happens to our health. After finishing her sentence, Saren pulls out something from her pocket. Lately, Saren has been obsessed with a small pocket watch. She always plays with it. That's the one I found from the bunker, right? What's so special about it? I asked Saren out of curiosity. The broken pocket watch has been in my house for a long time. I brought it here on one of my daily trips last week. Ever since then, Saren's been trying to make it work. You will understand eventually. Maybe. Someday. I will tell you. Okay. Saren lowers her voice. Seriously, why is she so obsessed with it and replies so seriously to my question? Well, I guess each person has their own hobbies. Better respect that norm. Before we settled here, Saren and I established a rule. We have a strict curfew. No leaving the house after 9 p.m. And when you come home, notify the other person. This rule is meant to keep us safe, and in case something happens, we can resolve it easily. The thing that Saren and I have the most problem with is how we decide on the time. Most of the watches were in a broken state when the three of us woke up. The time display on the phone is not reliable. I inquired Saren about this, but earned myself a free lecture. Saren explained to me that time is a property of the universe. We only invented seconds or days as a means to measure things. I already knew all that, but Saren kept on nagging me until she was satisfied. Then both of us agreed to create our own clock. To make things simple, when Saren and I wake up, it's 7 a.m. I'm kind of surprised at how that Saren wakes up most is the same time as me in the morning. Y'all could have just made a fucking sundial. The fuck? We set on time on our phones. They still function properly. To begin with, we were lucky that there were so many cables to charge the phones lying around the house. Alice's house is strange. Most of the stuff is hard to come across and not usually seen being used by a typical person. It must be because I had never visited anyone's house before. All this was new to me. As we finished our dinner, I asked Sarah to stay a little bit longer. Ever since I met her, I don't know much about her background. I feel sorry that she's been involved in this mess. Hey, I'm Saren. Who were you before this incident? I cannot think of a better way to phrase that question. To me, Saren is nothing out of the ordinary. I was so concerned with Alice to the point where I didn't care about Saren. Saren claims to be my colleague, but I have no recollection. This could be a lie, or that the effect of the time leap made me forget this detail. As I said, I stayed in the same college as you, Alice, although we didn't hang out much. We were in the same club. I give Saren a stern look, indicating that I want to know more. Yeah, she wants to know more about the World Peach Organization. It's the only question I can think of. May as well ask anything on my mind. So what was your childhood like? Oops, that was a stupid question. Why the hell would I ask that? Let me see. You were so talkative today. Fine, I'll tell you if you are into it that much. She actually wanted to answer. How kind of you not to make fun of my speaking skills, Saren. I grew up in an orphanage. All I can remember is a white room and a ceiling, frequent medical checkups. There are also many kids with me. We got along well, but that didn't last long. As soon as my new family adopted me, I never visited it again. Hey, it's like the Promised Neverland! How shall I react to this? It sounds heavy, yet cliche, like a plot from a movie. You don't have to feel sorry, Ice. My new family was nice to me. I was happy the whole time. They had a daughter. We got along very well. Saren smirked, shaking her head in my direction. For some reason, I felt irritated by that smile of hers. Isn't that a little personal? Alas, I feel sorry for having made Saren talk about things that can make her feel uncomfortable. Me and my bad mouth. Bad mouth. I'm sorry. For what? Don't ruin the mood, Ice. I'm not angry, as I know there are things that you aren't good at. I laugh at Saren's reply to hide my embarrassment. Saren looks about my age, but her mentality says different. Talking with her makes me feel like she's much, much older. We continue our talk. I ask Saren many things. It's interesting to learn more about her than I thought. Her sister died at a young age from an incurable disease, but her family anticipated that. The reason they adopted Saren in the first place was to please their daughter. I don't know whether or not this was a good idea, but maybe her parents wanted to fill the gap left behind by their daughter? What's the status of the time machine? I think it's still functionable. Best we leave it be. It's weird that Sarah asked me that out of the blue, but I think she's just worried about it. After all, that machine is our last option. I am in pain. I wanted to enjoy this stream, but this game hurts me. I want it to be over too, but I like to finish things that I start, and I'm not fucking opening another stream playing this. Meanwhile, the pacing is drowning in the Boston molasses flood. Wouldn't be the first game Fluff played that had that effect on everyone, lol. Then, as I finish washing the plates in the sink, Saren raises her voice. Ice, I forgot to tell you that we received a letter from an unknown sender. Classic move, right? It's just a letter. Not a big deal, Saren. Hey, stop. Did you just say letter? Saren? Yeah? You're so adorable that I forgot to mention it. I think it's best we read it together. Of course. Heck, why can you not remember something so important, Saren? I rushed out of the kitchen without removing my apron. It's just washing dishes. I don't get why you have to wear an apron, Ice. Old habits die hard, I guess. It's hard for me to remember trivial things, such as wearing an apron for cooking. So I make myself wear an apron every time I step into the kitchen. I learned the hard way from not wearing one beforehand. Anyway, it's not important. Hurry, show me the letter. My heart beats fast, sensations running all over my body. This must be from Alice. If not, who else would it be? The moment I open the letter, all my expectations fly out of the window. We are the survivors. Please meet us at our new settlement by tomorrow. You can get there by passing through the forest. The plot thickens. Or should I call this a plot twist? What the hell did I just read? Exactly. What the hell did I just read? Isn't this great, Ice? There are survivors out there. I can't believe it. Saren jumps in joy. Wow, I am confused as hell. This is not good. Hear me out, Saren. I start to brainstorm millions of scenarios. First, how did they know we were living here? I don't recall seeing anyone or anything pass by this house. They must have seen us with binoculars. Or because we have been a little loud these past few days. Saren quickly replies to my question. Second, how and why did they send us a letter? Couldn't they tell us directly? I saw this letter while I was watering the plants outside the garden this morning. Maybe they're just a shy bunch, like you, Ice. Stop kidding around, Saren. This is serious. I feel anger and regret. I feel angry and regret directing it at Saren by slamming my fist on the table. Is it because of Saren's childish behavior or because it wasn't from Alice? Either reason irritates me. Still, there are more questions. Last but not least, what is their real motive? Saren is struck silent by my question. Don't get worked up over every little thing, Ice. Calm down. I'm more tense than you think, but being angry doesn't solve anything. It's Saren's mother time again. I feel embarrassed saying all that, but I hate that she's right. If you knew how to cook, you would be a good mother, Saren. Damn, that was fucked up. I don't have the right to be anyone's parent, Ice. Back to the matter at hand. I still think this is suspicious and dangerous. I say let's go with this. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. I anticipated you would say that. Saren was right. Even though it's safer to keep living here, there's no guarantee how long it will last. But under one condition, we must formulate a plan. I think either you or I should go while the other stays. It's the best option, Saren. I start to explain my reasoning. We may know nothing, but one thing is for sure, they aren't forthcoming and welcoming us. So if something funny happens, the one who stays can come as a backup. Except one thing, Ice, there's no way for the one who goes to communicate in case something happens. Oh yeah, we don't have any devices for that. How can I forget something so basic? It takes two to tango. Sorry, two to tangle. It takes two to tangle. Best plans to prepare for the worst by packing things up. We are in this together, Ice. Either we survive or perish together. There is no best solution. I know I won't gain your trust easily, Ice, but if we keep playing like this, it will lead to a prisoner dilemma. This is a tip I will look at. And that's the last tip, so ending around the corner. Well, you see, the post office operates in all weathers, rain, shine, or nuclear fallout. The mail arrives all the same. A game theory, just a theory, that shows why two people couldn't cooperate even if it's in their best interest. Two people are in prison with no means of communication to each other. Each is given a choice to betray or remaining silent. If both betray each other, they both serve 2 years in prison. If both remain silent, they will serve only 1 year. If either one of them betray the others, that person is free while the other receives 3 years in prison. I don't want to say it, but I think you must understand, Ice. I don't want to repeat what happened with Alice. Oh, you mean the fucking suicide? Or running away. She probably means running away. That is not what the prisoner's dilemma is. This game could end either in 2 minutes or 2 million years. Zero Time Dilemma explains the prisoner's dilemma better. Alright, I hear you. Fine. Then tomorrow we'll go together. Hesitation lurks in my voice. I still think this is not a good idea. Let's save. Something tells me that I should stay here. I'm starting to feel attached to this place, but nevertheless, I press on. To unravel the mystery of this incident and locate Alice, we discuss a little bit more about what to prepare for tomorrow. Then we decide it's time to head to bed. As we have a trip tomorrow, it's better to rest early. There hasn't been any typos in a while. As I lie on my bed, I start to think about these past few weeks. It's hard to believe that much time has passed. Usually, before I go to sleep, I have this habit of reading books. And by no means, it was my favorite genre. Girls' love story. Why, you ask? I consider it a reward for surviving yet another day. Today was no exception, even if I have a big trip tomorrow. Let's see what I will read today. Now I know that my library only has books that are not available on the internet. In reality, this is just camouflage. I use them to hide the good. Even though I know no one will see it, I still have this sense of self-awareness. This book looks good, although I cannot make out the cover. It's definitely my cup of tea. The Lonely Princess. But before that, I have to make sure to charge my phone. There! I'm down for some wholesome girl romance. The princess knows that she'll be executed. It's too late for her by the time she realized, as the coup d'etat happened too suddenly. Oh, it's the story from before! Okay. It seems like most of the pages have been torn. This is worse. It's my rule to read something from start to finish. If one page is missing, I won't read it. But it looks like today is the day I break the rule. Considering the shortage of books I have, I may as well read it. But lucky for her, one of the maids who was secretly in love with Alice comes to her rescue. Alice? Talk about a coincidence. Alice doubts the maid's intentions, as she never treated her well, but there's no option left for her. The maid and Alice successfully escape. The two decide to settle down in the maid's hometown. At first, Alice is depressed. She lost everything. Over the course of time, the maid helps Alice to regain happiness. Alice doesn't want to see her maid suffer in poverty anymore, so she starts working. Alice remembers the woman from her kingdom who made lots of money from a brothel establishment. Moni. She doesn't want to worry her maid, so she moonlights as a maid during the day and works in a nearby brothel at night. Alice attracts many wealthy aristocrats because of her noble aura and beauty. Alice hides all the money in a clay pot under the bed. She would buy luxury meals for her and the maid, saying they were leftovers. You could give the maid a name. She's not a maid anymore. Fucking rich people. She wants to spend the money on renovating the house and buying new clothes for her maid. But doing that all of a sudden would make the maid suspicious. Then one day Alice suddenly feels pain all over her body. Alice's disease was a mystery at the time. No cure can be found. The thing that hurt most for Alice is that the one who is responsible for this is her maid. Her maid reveals that and spends time insulting Alice while she is bedridden. The maid blames Alice for betraying her, for making her family suffer. Then as Alice reaches her limit, she kindly thanks her and points out the money to the maid. The maid becomes angry, refusing to use Alice's money on anything. In Alice's last moments, she can still hear the maid reprimand her, but she is happy and grateful. She gives the maid her best wishes from the bottom of her heart and becomes silent. Huh? The story seems to end there. This is stupid. Who wrote this shit? It seems like the beginning and ending were torn off. Great. Now I want to know the rest of the story. This romance book is strange. The relationship was weird to begin with. There seems to be no romance in it as far as I'm concerned. Heck, I don't read books for this. Anyway, it's getting late. The rain outside is getting heavier. I closed the book and put it under the bed to hide it. I could not afford to have Saren see me reading this. Reading this makes me miss Alice. Damn. Doing everything makes me feel like that. It seems like Alice is important to my life more than I thought. No matter what I do, I still feel nervous about tomorrow's trip. Many unknown possibilities await me there. What will happen if I die before meeting Alice again? I think I'll have to tell Saren I won't go tomorrow. Nah, she'll laugh and see me as an idiot. Besides, Saren said staying here is not an ideal option. Millions of thoughts run in my head, trying to figure out what's best. My eyes slowly start to close. Funny how the whole like framing of like the different days and like the letters aren't there anymore, although now I realize that the letters from before could probably be seen as at least symbolic of the letter that Alice left with Ice. Though it had writing from both girls, so it still wouldn't exactly track, so that's why I'm like, symbology. It's blue this time. Color be surprised, not a color to paint your ceiling. Ice never lets me touch her in bed. She never changes. The way she sleeps, her scent, the way she reacts to my teasing. It's just a matter of time before I remove that mask of hers. Where is Ice? For some reason, I feel pain in my stomach. Oh shit, it's a maid! Cool. You are awake, my lady. A figure approaches me. I can't make out who it is, as the room is dark. The voice tells me that it's a woman. I try to have a better look as she gets closer. How are you feeling? The silhouette appears to be a pretty young lady. Her face and her gestures are all sharp. I cannot trust her. What a funny costume she wears. It makes me feel like I'm in one of those fetish dungeons. I don't want to draw any suspicions. Best get my act together. I'm sorry, can you hear me, milady? The young lady repeats her question. Her voice sounds impatient. Without saying anything, I stand up, but then fall all of a sudden. My whole body collapses, a feeling of a million knives striking my stomach. Then I see the bandage. Some blood is flowing out. Please, milady, you need to rest or else your wound will open again. Wound? Oh, you mean this explains why I've been feeling hurt below ever since I woke up. The maid helps me to lie down. It hurts, but it's tolerable. I'm happy that you're awake, Alice. I will leave for now, as it seems you're in no condition to talk. She leaves without saying anything else afterwards. No, this is no time to be panicking. I have to think about this rationally. I was sleeping with Ice last night. As I opened my eyes, Ice disappeared. Before me is a strange scene and a lady I have never met. What I see is real. Then there's only one conclusion. I was kidnapped. For a second time. It looks like I have to deal with this fatigue for a while now. Even though the pain is not much, I have a high fever. For now, let's just focus on resting. It looks like the maid wants me to stay alive regardless of her intentions. My head starts to feel dizzy. I try hard to close my eyes, as if everything is burning up from the inside. As time passes, I feel a bit better. The fever has gone down a little bit. It's mealtime, Alice. The maid enters the room with an upbeat personality. She seems to be happy. Let's try talking to her a little. I don't want her to imply anything. I wonder what tone I should choose to speak with. Friendly, serious, or rude? It's almost like they're teasing game mechanics that don't exist. She called me milady. This makes her standing lower than me. I should go with condescending. Now I can't risk straying too far from that character. For now, let's play it safe. I'll try to approach her with a few words. I'm okay. That should work. Let's see how she reacts. That's wonderful news. Come on, enjoy the meal. I prepared it for you, Alice. Some food was placed on the table next to the bed. Please request me to spoon feed you, should you need my help, my princess. The question here is not how, but rather, can I eat? My eyes dance all over the plate. I'm concerned that it may be poisoned. Please eat it while it's hot. There are no dangerous substances. The maid firmly stated. That's what they always say when someone puts something in your food. But refusing to eat it can have many consequences. One of the biggest problems is that I will become increasingly hungry. I don't need to remind myself that I'm currently wounded. It's a gamble, whether or not I choose to consume the food. The worst case scenario is still death. It was delicious, but average, compared to my cooking. I'm confused. Are you saying your cooking is good or bad? Because as far as I know, your cooking is shit. Do you mean it's average but delicious compared to your cooking? That would make more sense. I finished the food and drank some of the water from the bottle next to it. That explains why. It must be because I was hungry, so it's good. It was pasta, some cucumber, and mincemeat, nothing special. I regained some of my strength, albeit the tiredness still lingers. At the very moment, I can manage to stand up, but I still have to hold my stomach with one hand. It seems you're in good shape. Let me show you the way. There is much to do, my lady. The maid cheerfully leads me out of the room. This caught me off guard. It's the same feeling I had when I saw the whole world with ice in the first time. I'm on a ship, I'm sure of it. The eerie sound echoed in my ears, the shakiness of the ground, the materials of the door. It's definitely a ship. I silently follow the maid. She seems to be leading me somewhere. We are lucky, Alice. Half of the orbit is destroyed. Most of the useful facilities are still standing. Facilities? Then this ship is large in size? I'll save my questions for later. I nod in agreement at the maid's statement. Sure, I find this all hard to believe and unrealistic. But this whole situation is already messed up to begin with. Not many things surprise me anymore. Even though I don't know her name, she knows mine. She must have some connection with me. I can't ask her name for now. It's best to wait and see what she's doing. As I was lost in thought, the maid stops all of a sudden. We have arrived, Your Highness. She's been addressing me as royal. Is she confusing me for someone else? The very beginning of this game said that she was a princess, without the context of the story that has the same name as her. So I guess it's just they just meant she's a rich person, or maybe they just forgot that point. I don't know. I'm hurt. We're with Alice right now. And there is a maid. The maid is not ice. I hope they came in soon. Before we all die from this writing. The Princess of Colorado. She's been addressing me as royal. Is she confusing me for someone else? That can hardly be the case. Besides, she's had a good look at my face all this time. It's difficult to conclude anything at the moment. All the theories contradict one another. I'm worried about Ice. That stupid girl can never take care of herself properly. But it's futile to think about it now. There are many options. The door automatically opens for the maid. Refreshing aromas enter my nostrils. I take the first step into the room full of plants. As if I've wandered into a different world, my body feels lighter, my vision becomes clearer. I look up and it seems like we're in a botanic garden, judging by the ceiling above us. Art is not my cup of tea. I never understood why people pay money for it, but I appreciate the ceiling. You have no sense of value even though because you grew up rich, you person. Definitely a Baroque style influence. It looks rather old and odd in a place like this. The maid helps me to sit down. I feel pathetic for letting her aid me. The pain still persists, but it lessens as time passes. It's the princess! I can hear a child's voice from a distance. They start to gather around me and make a scene. They ask me a lot of questions, but I cannot hear anything clearly. The maid can see that I am in trouble. She scolds the girls harshly. Now, how did I tell you to behave, girls? If you don't obey me, then you will be punished. Not into art, but can identify Baroque architecture. Sure. The maid raises her voice, even as I was shocked. We're sorry, Donna. So her name is Donna. She seems to be brutal to the girls for some reason. I couldn't care less, but it seems there is more to this maid than meets the eye. The girls are all well behaved for Donna after Donna scolds them. I rest in the garden for a bit. Then Donna tells me it's time to go and she wants to show me something. They're in a spaceship, okay. Probably a spaceship. I step into the room, so static noises coming from the radio can be heard. There are many monitors and documents all over the place. The map is visible on the big screen, but most of the country is marked in red. The saying is never a good sign. Looks like a bunch of work for me to do here. But no wonder, but not under Donna's surveillance. You can go now. You can go now, Donna. The way Donna addresses me suggests that I'm in a higher position than her. I'll use this to my advantage. Donna nods and immediately leaves the room. First, I check out all the documents. Oh, she said that to Donna. Okay, good. First, I check out all the documents. I quickly pick up the big book and the whole mess. This book has piqued my interest ever since I stepped foot in here, due to its large size. Oh yeah, I totally forgot about that big book that was in the room with Ice and Alice at the very beginning. That ended up not mattering at all, apparently. My God, the world is covered in strawberry jam. The book is titled The Orbit Manual. I skimmed a few pages and realized that the garden and the bedroom I was in recently were featured in here. Then I realized this whole ship is named the Orbit. But I couldn't imagine what awaited me in the next few pages. This book acts as a manual for the ship. Most of it contains instructions on how to use the different functions and facilities. I ignore all the mechanical and technical stuff while focusing on the things that I can understand. It's clearly stated that the purpose of the ship was to save mankind under the possession of WPO, the World Peach Organization! I knew it! There must be peaches here. WPO, that sounds familiar. I have a feeling that Ice or Saren already mentioned this, but I cannot remember clearly. The ship is used to preserve mankind's greatest treasure to counter the world's end? It all makes sense now. The events of the world's end already happened. This ship was made to protect its worth. It has many useful facilities and items, such as the botanic garden I just saw. The children must also be one of them, as I can see them as a symbol of hope for the future. Satisfied with the answer I found, I have noticed that I have forgotten one important question. How did this wound in the first place? Oh, how did I get this wound in the first place? That was my dyslexia, actually, not other stuff. How did I get this wound in the first place? I'm too focused on the book that I stand up carelessly. My wound opens up a little. The pain I feel suggests that it was a knife that hit me. Now the question is why? How do you know based on the pain? How many times have you been stabbed with a knife? The earliest memory I have is being in bed with Ice. Did I forget something? My head hurts. I try my best to remember what happened last night, but to no avail. I can sense something is missing, but I can't figure out what it is. It seems there is a gap in my memory. What happened after yesterday that led me to being here today? No, calm down. I cannot observe new information while trying to remember things that I seem to have lost at the same time. I will take on one thing at a time. There's no need to rush. Now that I understand what the ship is, I need to know my current location. It's not sailing on the sea, as I cannot sense the ship vibrating. There's a high chance that this ship is on land. It looks like my time is up. Donna knocks on the door. It's dinner time, milady. Dinner? Then it's already past noon? Looks like I'll have to return here later. Time passes quickly. Before meeting up with Donna for dinner, I guess that she will prepare it so that I can finish up in my room. I should suggest that I have dinner with the kids. Bring my dinner to the garden. I want to enjoy my meal with them. I want to know more about everything. Asking them is the best option. But my lady, the kids may disturb your meal. Donna angrily replies back at me. I know, but I still want to eat with them. I show Donna my determination. She then gives up and obeys me. Donna prepares a table for me in the garden. I tell all the girls to join me. I ask them many questions, mostly those that require a yes or a no. As I understand, they will not comprehend difficult ones. Most of them don't even know what a parent is. They say that I was the princess and they all rooted for me. After we finish dinner, some girls begin to draw or play puzzles, while others go to bed in the garden. I invite some of them to go with me, but receive a glare from Donna. They were instructed not to step a foot outside, no matter what. The outside air must be bad for them, I assume. I don't feel the need to ask Donna on such matters. Afterwards, I head back to my room. The wound still hurts. Before I do anything, I should rest up first. As I lay down on the bed, I look up at the ceiling. I go through one more time what happened until now. I feel like it seems like I was the princess of this ship, but how did I get here and why is there a wound on my body? The most important thing is that right now I have to know where I am. As I feel it's okay to walk, I sneak out of my room. I managed to take the map inside the manual. Lucky for me. The orbit doesn't seem to be complicated to navigate. On my way towards outside, I can see that many rooms have been destroyed. The doors are all broken. Thankfully, the way to the outside gate isn't very far off. I thought nothing would surprise me anymore, but I was wrong. The moon shines brightly. The calm water comes and goes off towards the shores. The wind blows heavily. The scenery appears before me like a piece of art, shallow in the darkness. There's no mistake. It's the sea. The orbit is on an island. To be more specific, I'm far away from ice and sand. I've hated the sea ever since I was little. There's nothing special about it. Yet, it is so vast and deep. Looking at it makes me feel how insignificant I am. You can't sleep, my princess? It seems that Donna has been following me all this time. The world has really ended, Alice. Her voice is shaking. It's hard to reply to Donna. I'm more lost in the situation than she is. Tell me what I should do, Donna. I still think that they got the wrong person. A bitch like me can't be a princess. Believe in yourself and show us the way, Alice. Show you? What can I show you? There's nothing I can do. But if I give up now, who knows what will happen to Ice and Saren. This is not the time to panic. I need to ask Donna more on this matter. Donna, tell me what happened and how I got this wound. Yes, Millie, I found you collapsed near the entrance. Blood was dripping from your clothes. I quickly treated you with anything that was available in the orbit. You were in a coma for almost a week. Now that's interesting. That explains the gap in my memory. It seems that night with Ice was from a week ago? Not yesterday. That messed up things a little bit, but at least I have something to go on. I must ask what happened to you, my lady. The cut was so deep that it frightened me. Donna asked me repeatedly. That doesn't matter. I'll tell you later. For now, just answer my question. Have you seen anyone else besides me? No, it does matter. I'm starting to get the big picture here. No, it does matter. I'm starting to get the big picture here. I'm positive there was no one besides you when I saw you collapse near the entrance, my lady. But I could see your blood. My blood? Then it seems I was moved from somewhere else to here while I was injured. That place can be none other than Ice's house. Oh yeah, that letter was probably forged. She did not write that. But it makes sense why I was like, don't look for me. Everything is making sense. Somebody stabbed me with a knife after the night I spent with Ice. As Donna starts to get on my nerves for worrying me, I order her back to her room. Before I go to sleep, I visit the command room one more time. I'm close to solving this mystery, I'm sure of it. This feels like a dream to me, but I don't care. I have all the pieces to this puzzle. I carefully inspect everything in the room, the computer and the devices, and I go through all the documents. Then I come across a diary. A picture falls out. It's a picture of me wearing a blouse, and standing next to me is Ice? This was the picture when we first met. my old man was a popular politician or something, he always made me attend those parties. I never understood why, but back then, he used to call me a princess. Okay. Okay, finally. A plot detail making sense from a callback. Okay. It's still, the inconsistency still pisses me off because it was like uncharacterized narration that called her a princess. It just stated as fact. But I will excuse it because it was intentional misleading. And I think that it's supposed to have led to this moment. I just hope it's a nice payoff. Why is a ship called the Orbit not in space? No clue. Yes, Donna does feel like a cop. Sarah seems like a manipulative person. Oh, Sarah's a manipulative person for sure. Also, this maid is. I never understood why, but back then you used to call me princess. I never gave it much thought. Millions of memories started to come back to me one by one. The one who came up with the WPO and the Orbit was me and Ice. When we first met when my old man introduced us, although now it makes more sense, as Ice was my childhood friend. I wonder who the girl who was embracing Ice at the beginning during her mom's funeral was. Did she plan it? I remember being in denial, telling Ice that she was crazy about all the world and stuff. That's the reason she kidnapped me in the first place. Little by little, I start to understand the whole situation. The only thing left now is to find a way to meet up with Ice and Saren again. Saren, oh wait, I read that already. I still think this is not a good idea, Saren. I follow Saren. We packed a lot of stuff for this trip, mostly knives, anything that could be used as a weapon. Saren's one heck of a girl. To me, she seems fearless. Just keep going, Ice. Save your energy. Don't waste your breath. This is not some yoga training session, Saren. Don't act like this is one. Saren's been set on going to the settlement, no matter what, ever since yesterday. I can sense her determination. She keeps pressing on, without showing any concern. I'm not scared of anything, but who knows what awaits us. Maybe some gruesome giant monster will appear out of nowhere? We head in deeper. Many small animals can be seen, but apart from that, they don't mean us any harm. Dogs, cats, and even pigs are running in circles. They seem to notice us, but choose to take no action. This is weird to me. I thought this trip would end with us being attacked from all sides by animals. Saren walks faster and faster. It's hard to catch up to her. Anytime I stop for a bit to take in the beauty of nature, I lose sight of Saren. Another interesting thing we see is there are many machine scraps in the forest. Bits and pieces of technological devices from all over the place. It's hard to determine what kind of machinery they're from, but I guess this used to be I guess it was used as a big factory? Saren's bag looks big. It seems she's stuffed in with many different things. Although I say we need to be careful, in Saren's case, she's extra cautious. We walk for about more than an hour. I can see light at the end of the road. Looks like we made it, Ice. Saren cheerfully points her finger towards it. I have been waiting for you. A mysterious figure approaches at the end of the road. The woman caught me off guard. I'm so glad it wasn't some monster. As I'm about to handle the conversation, Saren taps my shoulder. I step back, understand that Saren wants to do it. I feel a little angry and relieved. I'm not that shy, but then again, I appreciate Saren's help. My name is Sophia. I want to take you to our settlement. Then Saren whispers into my ear. Ask questions later. For now, just follow my lead. Saren seems to be way more composed than I would have thought. Sure, I have questions, like a million of them. I am not the obedient kind, Saren. Saren and I follow Sophia's lead. My jaw drops the moment we exit to the other side of the forest. Saren and I follow Sophia's lead, and my jaw drops the moment we exit the other side of the forest. An old antique town with many torn down buildings. The streets are small and narrow, as if we are lost in a labyrinth. Sarah and I keep a close eye on Sophia's movements. I'm sorry about the roads. It's a little difficult to know where you're going. Little? You must be kidding me. Hey Sophia, what's the name of the settlement? It's Ice's question. It's Ice's question time. Name? Why would we name it? I mean, like the United States, France, or Japan or something? Those are country names, but I was so panicked when I asked her. Oh, you're pretty knowledgeable. I read that in the book. She's so knowledgeable that she knows what America, France, and Japan are! I'm dying. Let's see what the book said. Oh yeah, humans used to name their continents in the ancient past. But in a certain timeline, we broke that status quo. All borders around the world were removed. We all used the same language afterwards. Everyone was ruled under the same government. Oh, I thought that was just the writer being like very like simple with everything and just like, yeah, the government did X instead of world governments. But they said there was resource scarcity around the. They made it seem like there were multiple nations still. God, this writing is inconsistent. How long ago was this apocalypse? It can't have been that long. But who knows? Time machines were involved now, so. But humans soon had to pay the price for their ignorance. This made the world become chaotic. War started to break out between people, nations, and factions. People's nations and factions. What? I thought you said there was one government. I'm in pain. Eventually, everything collapsed. We lost more than 90% of the world's population. The book ends there. No further records have been discovered as of late. I've thought about what might have led to this event, but I cannot be sure. Either way, I don't care much. Haha, I think the book you read was science fiction. It was small, so you couldn't see it. I never read any science fiction books. Besides, it was a clear date and all the records match up. If we're lucky, I think one of the bookstores still has it. I smile nervously at Sophia's answer. Am I that gullible, or is she just having fun messing with me? Saren gets closer to me. I told you not to ask questions. Saren's voice sounds angry. Not that it's any of my concern, but I choose to stay quiet. For now, be quiet. I will tell you why later. No rational human being can stay quiet in this situation, Saren. I am no exception. Everything is turning upside down to the point that I don't understand anything anymore. You and me both. Sophia shows us most of the locations in the settlement. We see the library, restaurant, and some houses still standing. What's strange about this place is that most of the people here are young adults. There are no children. And this concludes the tour. We've arrived at my office. Sit down wherever you like. So, how do you feel? I'm sorry the room is a little messy, but please don't mind it. How do I feel? Not a single word could describe my emotions right now. I feel like that is one of this author's writing quirks. Not a single word could describe my emotions right now. I've read that sentence so much. It's like, yeah, I don't know how to write bewilderment right now, so I'll just say I'm at a loss for words. Ooh, it sounds like a cult. What do you want with us? I'm not the kind of person to be around the bush. Being blunt and direct suits me best. We need your help, Ice and Saren. I asked you to settle here with us. I figured, but it's hard to agree. There are so many things I still wonder about. As soon as I open my mouth, Saren jumps in and claps her hands. Alright, that's it for today. It's getting late now. Huh? But I haven't... I glare at Saren to make my intentions clear. Oh, I'm so sorry. I will take you to the only hotel right away. Saren and Sophia rush out of the room, leaving me to wonder what's with these two. I make one last observation of Sophia's office, then follow them. There's no point in staying anyway. Nothing appears out of the ordinary here. Documents are stacked together to form a pile of works, and there's some old model laptop with a damaged screen. Here we are. This is the only hotel we have around here. Although we call it a hotel, it's just a place for those who have nowhere else to stay. Don't look at me like that. Please rest assured that all the volunteers work hard to keep this place clean. I don't know what to say about all this. Oh, and I almost forgot. Here are coupons as a welcome gift. You are free to use any service we have. Sophia hands us 2 coupons. There's a stupid teddy bear on them. This feels like we're going to Dreamland or something. We can discuss more tomorrow. You can make a decision then. I hope you remember your way there. Yeah, man. This woman's talkative levels is on par with Saren's. Until then, don't mind me. I am a busy woman, so I must go now. See you all tomorrow. Speaking about coincidence, she seems sure of herself. We can go back to where we were whenever we like, you know. Let's head to our room, Ice. Saren flirts with me. She blinks one of her eyes, placing heavy emphasis on our. I've already been there. It's late. Going back is useless. First, let's check out our room. We step into the room. The first thing that catches my attention is the old CRT TV. I was amazed that I've only seen it in books or on the internet back in the day. Then I turned my back to realize something. Something is definitely wrong here. There are no double beds. Me and Saren and I are gonna have to sleep in the same bed. Saren? I point my finger towards the bed. Is something wrong? Oh, it looks like we're gonna have to sleep together tonight. Saren is the polar opposite of me. What seems like a big deal to me turns out to be nothing but common sense to her. Do you dislike me, Ice? She sounds heavy, but I swear nothing coming from her mouth is serious. Whatever. That's not an answer, Ice. Saren giggles. She then places her hand on the bed and removes the top blanket. You can take a bath first, Ice. Don't mind if I do. I head straight to the bathroom. Wow, they have water running in here. I couldn't describe my happiness the moment I see the bathtub being filled. Water is a luxury for both me and Saren. Looks like we don't need to be concerned about the shortage of water here. After I enjoy bathing for a while, I call out to Saren, but no one replies. I put on my clothes and walk out of the bathroom. Hey, no one's here. Saren seems to have left. That jerk, I thought we agreed to explore this element together. But anyway, no need to get upset or anything. Typical Saren. This is not much to do with this room. There's not much to do in this room. Still early. I will take a trip to see in detail what this is about. I make up my mind to leave the hotel. Achoo! It's raining outside. Luckily, I have this umbrella from the hotel. I think I will check out the bookstore first, just in case. I can't believe a word Sophia said. I walk into the bookstore. It seems lighter than the outside. How can I help you? The clerk kindly asks. Where can I find books about history? She then points to the end section of the second floor. Where did you get all these books? Any books that are left are gathered here. We pay those who bring any kind of document to us. Books are the only entertainment we have. It's best to try to preserve them. The clerk happily answers all my questions. I check out the history books. Thankfully, most are in English and not hard to read. They all point to the story that Sophia told me this morning. I don't get it. Has the world always been like this the whole time? I plan to purchase some, but the clerk makes it clear that no one's allowed to bring books outside. You can borrow them, but I hate that as I always forget to return them on time. But I have obtained what I came for in the first place. There is no need to linger here any longer. I discuss these findings with Saren tonight, whether I like it or not. This could ruin my whole life. I'm in a strange place full of strange history and strange people. What if this is all just a dream? Then I want to wake up. As I head down the street on my way to the hotel, my stomach growls. I'm feeling hungry. Damn, I was so distracted by my thoughts that I even forgot to feed myself. I look to the right to see a fancy restaurant over on the other side of the street. Sophia and I could get anything for free using this coupon. I head in with a group of young girls about my age. The waitress shows me a table. There are many choices in the menu here, from Asian to Western cuisine. I guess I will go with something light tonight. I call for the waitress and place an order. Then I show her the coupon that Sophia handed me. I sit next to a couple. They seem to be talking about classic literature. It wouldn't hurt to eavesdrop a little, right? Let's hear what they're talking about. I think our ancestors are kind of stupid, don't you think? What do you mean? It seems they changed topics. If the world had stayed the way it was, there wouldn't have been any war that would have led to this. I cannot clearly hear what they're talking about, but I can guess. Enjoy your meal. The waitress puts my dinner on the table. I was so interested in the girls' conversation that I forgot to thank her. But first things first, I have to eat. The pasta layout is great. They put a lot of care into details on the plate. Oh my god, someone posted a fucking paragraph in chat. Wait, excuse me. I remember reading an article on the difference between high literature and low literature. One of them is that high literature tends to imply the emotions the person is feeling. I wiggle around in my seat when they mention my parents. Low literature just straight out tells you things. She was anxious because she had a bad relationship with her parents. Test subjects could determine what a person in a picture was feeling while only being able to see their eyes better. They read high literature first. I forget to feed myself so hecking often. Don't feed yourself too many books. The pasta layout is great. They put a lot of care in the details of the plate. The taste is out of this world. It's too amazing. I chow down as fast as I can. I finish the pasta in no time flat. I'm not satisfied just yet. I call the waitress and order 4 more dishes on the menu. At this moment, I don't give a damn how people see me. Just give me more of this food. I feel as if it's been a million years since I've eaten anything this good. As I enjoy my meal, the girls' conversation continues. It's nothing important. They just badmouth someone they don't like and other girls and stuff. Hey, do you think that pink-haired girl is looking at us? Shoot. I pretend to focus on my food intently. We've been here too long. I have to go home or my mom will get mad. The girls stand up and leave. It looks like they discovered I was listening in on them. I have to be more careful next time. I ate a lot. I never thought food could make me feel this happy. I don't regret it, even if I can't stand up now. I lift my whole body from the chair and make for the restaurant exit. I'm full, too full, stuffed, as if I was carrying an ox behind my back. I make it back to the hotel, thank God. Oh, you're back. Saren's sitting in a chair waiting for me. I see you've enjoyed your trip. Saren speaks in a small voice. We need to discuss everything, Saren. Thanks to this trip, I now have 3 conflicting theories. We're in a different timeline, different planet, or even different universe. Are those 3 separate? That could just be one theory. That could just be one theory. But okay, go off. I have no clue what's going on anymore. I tell Saren all my findings for today. Much to my surprise, Saren fell asleep during the beginning of my story. I can't believe this girl. I carry Saren on my back and place her on the bed. What a day. Almost every day since I've woken up feels like a damn new day to me. I hear Saren's murmur in her sleep. Sleep, I'll explain tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. I'm dead beat. I lay down next to Saren. This bed sure is comfy. I wonder how they can make this. It'll be alright, Ice. I need you to trust me just a little bit longer. Everything I've done is for your sake. We are so much alike, Ice. I love you. Saren wakes me up. I'm still trying to keep my balance while Saren is at the doorstep. Hurry up, Ice. We need to meet up with Sophia, as promised. Wait, I need to get ready. Saren stands waiting. She keeps the door open with her feet. Damn, she's being a bitch. I think about that when I listen to this. I pretend to look at the pasta intently, as opposed to I stare at my food without looking up. The author is probably just inexperienced. I explained that. And that was, you may not have been here, but that was why I felt really bad about saying anything negative about it, because I recognize the tales of a inexperienced author. it's still very aggravating and sometimes confusing. And I'm a very, like, detail-oriented person. And you know me, we usually play games and watch anime with, like, theory crafting and, like, analysis in mind. So with a brain like ours, like, it's picking up on all the conflicts. And that's just, like, that part. Because it being written like that wouldn't necessarily be the worst thing in the world if not for all the conflicting information. Just left and right. They would have definitely benefit from a second or third draft of this. We should grab something to eat. Gonna sleep soon. BRB. Okay, hope you get something scrumptious. I've given up on any of the details cooperating in this. Not gonna lie, I'm not paying attention to the stream very well, lol. Well, I have a brain, and it is being used to the utmost. Welcome once again. Please have a seat. Standing suits me fine, thanks. Saren, we need to talk. Why do you always act like you're in such a hurry? I reprimanded Saren for the first time. About what? About everything. Don't you think this is strange? Saren becomes quiet and closes her eyes. There's no explanation for all this. Why did everything happen in the first place? This is the world that we know. Plus, we need to find Alice. I'm worried about her. Saren sighs and opens her eyes to look at me. Will you stop this, Ice? I don't understand. Stop what? You've only been talking nonsense for the past few days. I've had enough of this, Ice. Nothing you say is making sense anymore. The world we know has always been like this. Cat got my tongue. I feel as if my voice is no longer reaching Saren or Sophia. I try one more time, but Saren interrupts. There is no time machine. I've had enough of this imagination, Ice. You keep mentioning a person that doesn't exist. Alice, I have never met her. What ridiculousness are you spouting, Saren? We went back in time to save Alice. You need treatment, Ice. You have a lot of mental problems. At first I went along with it, thinking you were just joking. But this is going too far, Ice. I know it's harsh, but we must all accept the reality that we're in, Ice. That's why Sophie and I are going to help everyone. We're going to rebuild the settlement. No way. I don't have to believe it. Everything up until now was an illusion. It's no use talking to you anymore, Ice. Saren turns her eyes away from me, looking towards an empty space. Hey, you there. Yes, you. Who's watching us suffer. Decide for Ice. What should she do? Wait, are you talking to me? Did you just break the fourth wall, bitch? Gosh. The hell are you talking to, Saren? Saren firmly looks towards that direction. Only an idiot will believe your story, Ice. Everything is messed up. Wow! For the first time I get a choice! Holy fucking shit! Alright, I'm invested again. You got me invested again. Fuck it. First choice of the whole fucking game. I'm gonna go believe in Saren because I think that's gonna be the bad path. I believe in you, Saren. We've been together for the past few weeks. But I need time to think about all this. It's hard for me to take in everything all at once. Saren was right. I've always had this feeling inside me that everything was just my imagination. It feels unreal. Why does Alice continue to leave me? Did she hate me? Did I do something wrong? Or does fate not want us to be together? I cannot keep banging my head on a wall like this. I have to move on. It's my life. I have responsibilities to hold. I will quit chasing after Alice. Staying here in the settlement seems like a better choice for me. Great. Now I'll prepare a place for you guys to stay. Sophia excitedly makes her announcement. It seems like she anticipated this. No, it's perfect. You don't have to, Sophia. The room in the hotel is perfect. We have no problem with it, right, Ice? Uh-huh. Oh, yeah. Whatever, I guess. Yay! Now you're in an abusive relationship with someone who gaslights you. Awesome. This game makes me sad because it's so bad, unlike One Piece, which makes me sad because it's so good. I couldn't clearly hear what Sarah was saying. Maybe something about where to stay. Okay, that's it for today. I'll make some preparations and you two can start your work. But I still haven't agreed to anything. Ice, there's a place I want to show you. Come on. Sarah taps my shoulder and drags me out of the room. I can see Sophia waving her hand and saying goodbye to us. Where are we going, Saren? Somewhere we can talk, Ice. Saren holds my hand despite my efforts to let go. I'm not 5 years old. My hand is shivering. I can sense the coldness within my grasp. Saren swiftly narrows down the path and leads me to a restaurant. I remember this place. I ate here just yesterday. So they open in the morning, too. Though there's only beverages on the menu. Sarah orders black coffee. She tells the waitress to bring some sugar cubes. I used to drink coffee lots before. It helped me to focus on whatever I was doing at the moment. Before, I don't think it was an appropriate word now. I planned to order some water, but looking at the eagerness of the waitress, I decided to go with oolong tea. I know it's hard, Ice, but you must understand that I am here for you. The best advice I can give you now is to forget all about what happened. Focus on the future instead. You sound like you have a plan, Saren. Yes, I'll tell you about it when the time comes, Ice. From now on, I will always be by your side. The world you know doesn't exist, Ice. That is a fact. Accept and adapt living in the settlement. I was also confused at first, but I chose not to dwell too much on that. I ask you to do the same, Ice. It's hard to believe everything, you know? I may need some time. But in the meantime, you're right, Saren. I will assist you and Sophia with what you guys need. Better than sitting around here praying and doing nothing. Saren touches my hand on the table. I promise, Ice. I will try my best to make you feel comfortable. Even if Sarah and I are not related by blood, this is a connection I feel only while I'm with her. The connection of someone who gaslights me. Sarah talks as if she is my parent. I know I say this a lot, but little by little I start to appreciate it. She's always been there to support me. My memories of living with her are filled with happiness. This place has everything. Food, people, and books. There is no reason for me to go back to the bunker or Alice's house. This place is nice. I could get used to living like this. A cup of coffee and sweets in the morning and a fancy dinner at night. I'm living the best of my life here, right, Ice? Yeah. It turns out that Sarah has a sweet tooth. She explains that her brain burns many calories, so she needs a lot of sugar. So you just have to have you just have to have such a high, if you have such a high IQ, it's such a burden because you burn so many fucking calories. Big brain here. This explains why her conversations were so half-assed most of the time. But I don't hate it. Saren may not be the best conversationalist, but at least she tries to cheer me up. Saren cares about me. And given the fact that she must also feel pressured in this kind of situation, I make up my mind. I want to repay her kindness. We chat until noon. Saren orders more than 5 cups, and she feels a little dizzy after drinking all of them. I try to warn her at first, but she chose to ignore me. Saren, let's stop by Sophia's place. I want to confirm something. We head to Sophia's office. Even though she was busy, the pile of papers covering the entire table. Sophia still spends time with us. As soon as I tell her to, I want to help the settlement, they make plans for me right away. There's a lab deep in the settlement. Sarah has been there before, and she has plans for it. Sarah doesn't go into details, but she says that she needs my help to renovate the lab. Doing that will solve the resource problem. Furthermore, Sarah seems to have an idea for a project there. I don't think I need to know too many details, as I trust Saren. Why don't we check out this lab right away, Saren? Sure. For some reason, this laboratory makes me feel like we're on a spaceship. The air here is thick and heavy, suggesting that it was closed down a long time ago and just recently opened up. Sarah hands me a lot of tasks that involve messing with the computer devices. I tried to turn on some of them, the UI and settings. While they appear to be different from what I had before, are easy to manipulate. After I finished checking out some of the lab and agreed to the work delegation, Sarah and I have dinner and then return to the hotel. What a day! As soon as I step through the door, I run straight into bed. I feel exhausted. There are a lot of things to be done in the lab. It's not good to go to bed after eating ice. It can cause health problems. I know. Thanks, Mom. Hey, I'm just kidding. You don't need to get that tense. I wish you continue to call me that from now on, Ice. I forgot. This girl has no sense of humor. Before heading to bed, Sarah lets me use the bathroom first. Lets you? I feel refreshed, as though some weight has been lifted from my body. Let's sleep. I turn off the light. As my eyes start to close, I feel Sarah hugging me from behind. Hey, what? I'm not a kid. Looks like I have to make myself clear once again to Sarah. I'm sorry, and thank you, Ice. I stopped struggling. It seems like Sarah is sleep talking. I don't have the right to be anyone's parent, but I want to try my best. Oh my gosh, she's being infantilized! This is manipulative. This is abuse. This is abuse. Fun fact: you can groom adults. What's she rambling about? It's too soon to think about marriage and kids at our age. But again, I ain't feeling dead to Sarah, who knows what would have happened to me had she not been here. She made you think that you were crazy and that you couldn't take care of yourself. Oh my god, this is fucked up. Oh my god, this is fucked up. Damn, I like this game now. It's still really bad, but this is interesting. Because I'm pretty sure the game is self-aware. I know I'm not that great a person. I can be spoiled sometimes. But Sarah never reprimands me. What? She's been reprimanding you constantly! And telling you to shut the fuck up! I turn my body and place my forehead on Saren's chest. It feels so familiar being hugged by Saren like this. I am sure I've felt this before. You're mixing up people there. It might be because I don't have any parents by my side. I didn't have any parents by my side growing up. It's weird, but feels good at the same time. Saren always appears as a mother figure to me, or more like my big sis. I'll take good care of you, Ice. Yeah, you always take good care of me, Saren, and I cannot thank you enough. Whenever I'm with Saren, I always feel so comfortable, but for what reason, I don't know. As Saren is mumbling, I start to doze off. We've been working on this lab for more than a few months. Lots of milestones have been reached. Saren's been dedicating most of her time to this capsule machine. She said it was for the future of humanity. I don't ask more since I don't really care. As long as I have something to do, I am happy. Oh, there's that theme again. Having purpose. As long as someone has purpose. Manipulate someone with purpose. Huh. I feel empty. There is something missing inside me, but I cannot figure it out. Day after day, I put all my efforts into doing tasks and helping people around the settlement. Soon, Saren's project is finished. She wants me to be the first one to try out. Saren also gathers some volunteers to join me. At first, I was hesitant, saying how dangerous it would be if things go awry, but then I reflected on how much Sophia, the people at the settlement, and Saren have done for me. It's finally the day, Ice. I step into the pod, prepped for Saren. Saren gives me a hug and then lightly taps my head. I'll join you soon, Ice. I hope you find your own happiness over there. I can't understand the meaning behind Saren's words. Isn't this just an experiment? I was instructed not to talk while inside, so better keep my mouth shut from Saren's bad sense of humor. The pod door slowly closes and Saren steps back. The islands of bubbles start to raise as they fill the tank. Thinking back, this may be the wrong way to go. Even though I don't feel happy about it, I'm satisfied. I feel as if I forgot something, or someone important. I sense a missing element in my emotion. Nevertheless, I chose to walk this road. I'm gonna see it to the end with Saren. Wait, did they make another time machine? Ice slowly raises her body. Her room is filled with random tech things. Perhaps this kind of living environment is strange for girls her age. She had trouble sleeping at night lately. Damn, I forgot to finish the assignment that's due tomorrow. Ice says she looks at the sticky note on her computer screen. Another all-nighter for Ice. She should stop this habit. I got this. Piece of cake. I'll use online services. Nah. No use. No one works this late. Another boring day. It sucks that I have to attend college in this fine weather. Mainly for attendance. I cannot afford to fail any more classes. Ice, wait for me. Oh. Wait, what? Did she get sent back in time, or did she get sent to another reality, or did she... Where are... Why don't you wait for your girlfriend, Ice? That's rude. We've been together ever since we were kids. I always look after her. Sorry, I'm kind of in a hurry today. Well, most days, actually. I just want to get there as fast as I can and finish it. I hate live sessions. They're dull, boring, and tedious. Ugh, what a drag. You have to be on campus more, Ice. Go out and meet more people. It's good for your health. I kiss Alice and run ahead. All I ever need is you. Everything else is none of my concern, Alice. Ice, don't kiss me in public. Usually I participate for half the class and then make up excuses to slip out. Alice is an honor student, so I have to wait for her to finish her session first. There's not much to do. I have no goals or plans after college. Well, may as well find a job that pays well and live off of it. I hope Alice doesn't mind her partner's occupation. Life is slow and uninspiring, but I wholeheartedly appreciate it. I take Alice out for coffee before we head home. Alice always stops by our home for dinner. My mom really likes her. Oh, that's fucking creepy. That's fucking creepy. But her mom died when she was a kid. My brain hurts. But now I know where fucking Saren went. She probably put herself in her mom's place. She can rewrite context, probably. Funny that she didn't make her her partner, though. Hi, Saren. How you feeling today? Oh, it's Alice. You're as beautiful as usual. Unlike our Ice. Hey, that's rude, Saren. Everyone burst out laughing, not because I was being funny, but because we've been like this for a while. The house is too big for me and my mother, Saren. Having Alice really livens up the atmosphere. So, how are you two doing? Any developments yet? Alice looks at me and blushes. Don't ask me that, Mom. Jeez, you sound like an old pervert. You know, you two should get married after college. I approve. Even if you don't, we'd still do it. Ice! Alice becomes nervous. We've been discussing this as of late. Society may never accept us, but it doesn't matter. The time we spent makes me realize that I cannot live without Alice. As soon as I finish college, I get a job working as a researcher. It's difficult. There are times when I just want to give up. But then I remember my promise to Alice. Soon, we got married. It was the happiest day of my life. We have a daughter. We have a daughter. She is obnoxious and intelligent, which Alice stated she inherited from me. So one of your ass is trans. I had many problems raising her, but thanks to Mom's help, she grew up into a respectable lady. My life is short, but it was sweet and worthwhile. I am happy that my daughter is content with what I can afford. Alice departed from this world from old age, and I shortly joined her afterwards. In death, we are all happy and content. Congratulations! I see that you made the right choice. This loop is infinite, so don't bother watching it. Thanks for choosing to believe in me. You see, life is nothing more than a fleeting dream. Then why don't you make that dream better? It's not escapism. We have the right to alter our reality as we see fit. Ice was a sweet child. Watching her makes me feel happy. Or did you choose to believe in Blondie over me first? It's hard for me to know. Either way, it's not important, as I am in a good mood. So did you have fun? This game hurts me. Hey there, you, who's watching us suffer. Decide for Ice. What should she do? The hell are you talking to, Saren? Saren firmly looks towards that direction. Only an idiot will believe your story, Ice. Everything is messed up. Believe in Alice! I want to believe in Alice, that everything that's happened until now is real. Sure, there will be mysteries that I need to solve, but it isn't necessary to deem them all useless. There's something that's been bothering me about all this. Something just not right. I think this is where we start, Saren. I think this is where we part, Saren. I'm sorry. Sophia, but I have to go back. This place is not for me. I turn my back on both of them and walk out of the office. I know what I must do. In order to solve this mystery, I have to take a step back. Thanks, Ice. Think Ice. Think Ice. Believe in yourself. Saren said that she never experienced any time travel with me or meeting Alice. For now, let's just say that that's a side effect of time traveling. What about Alice? Of course, she was real. Alice was the main reason I made this machine in the first place. We even spent an entire night together. I need to go back, where it all began. It's useless to make any conclusions now. I must check the house one more time. Where did you go, Ice? You made me wait quite a while. Oh, where'd you go, Ice? You made me wait quite a while. A familiar voice greets me as soon as I open the door. No way! I ran in the house as fast as I could, even forgetting to take off my shoes. Still in one piece. Guess I wasn't wrong to place my trust in you. There's that arrogant smile. Serious gestures. It's definitely Alice, no mistaking it. For the first time in my life, I want to cry. For the first time in your life? Damn, bitch, you were pressed. My eyes become watery. My heart ache. There's a lady wearing a maid costume standing next to Alice. It doesn't matter, I won't ask. Is this a dream, Alice? Alice pokes my cheeks. No, stupid. I'm standing right here next to you, Ice. But I must ask you to move away now. Behind you is someone dangerous. I turn my body abruptly. You followed me all this way, Saren? Alice calmly sits down on the sofa. I must admit that all your tricks were clever, Saren, but the truth will be revealed. Saren just stands there silently. Where do I start? That can wait, Alice. I want to know why you left me and wrote this letter. I have always kept this letter by my side. I don't know why, but it gives me this feeling that Alice is here. I was right. She was finally here, right in front of me. There's no need for this letter anymore. I remember writing you this letter, Ice. Alice looks carefully at the letter. She reads it, but her face tells me that she isn't the one who wrote it. Then who wrote it? Oh shit! Oh shit, it's the one thing that I didn't predict! Or the one thing that actually... Wow, look! There was a piece of good writing! Saren wrote it. Saren wrote it because Saren's a manipulative bitch. Why didn't I see it before? It's funny about this game being insane and confusing. There's a lot of like conflicting details and stuff, but I understand this thing. This is a clusterfuck for sure, but I understand it. It sucks that Saren is ended up being the villain, I guess, though. I bet Saren's the one who fucking stabbed her, too. Fuck. I may have an idea, but first, Ice, I need you to take a look inside Saren's room. No one's allowed to be in my room without my permission. Saren stands up. She shouts with all her might, and I can sense the nervousness behind her voice. This calls for an investigation. When someone tells you not to do something, it means you should. Hey, consent's important. Consent's important. That's not... I don't think that's right 100% of the time. That's not even right half the time. Why are you so concerned? There's nothing in there anyway. It's called privacy, Ice. I will be straight with you, Saren. You've been acting weird lately. It's just my gut feeling. But Saren seems to be out of place, and I'm starting to doubt her intentions. She's been doing her own thing for a while now, but I don't have a clue what she's up to. Now that Alice has reminded me, this is odd. There have been many times that Saren went missing without telling me, and the fact that she forced me to accept Sophia's invitation? No, Saren is suspicious. Now that I think about it again, she's the one who wanted me to visit the settlement. She also volunteered me to help Sophia and wouldn't take no for an answer. It was going a little too fast. It was like a setup. Saren wasn't affected by the time travel. She's shown no signs of it. Then there's only one way to see this through. Don't worry, I won't be in there too long. I hope this is all a misunderstanding, Saren. I quickly climb upstairs and enter Saren's room. It's filled with handwritten documents. I take one and return downstairs. There's nothing strange about Saren's room. I took one of the documents that she wrote. Here you go. I place it on a table. I look at Alice, asking what's next. Alice takes the document. She compares it to the letter. Take a look and you understand what I was trying to say, Ice. Alice hands me the letter and the document. I glance at them both. This is the same handwriting. Then that explains everything. You're the one who wrote this letter, Saren. Consider why she wrote it. She must be the one who hurt me. Alice says with a stern face. I just stand there. We all direct our eyes towards Saren, hoping to hear an answer. Just when I thought my plan was going smoothly, you're always a hindrance, Alice. Yes, it was me who hurt you, because your existence is an eyesore to me, Alice. So not like you to joke like that, Saren. Please stop. I couldn't say anything. There are no words I could put into sentences. What's your endgame, Saren? To save someone I love, to return to reality that I desire. Where have you been, Saren? From the looks of it, you two seem like you've returned from somewhere. Alice ignores Saren's answer. She turns her face towards me. I tell Alice all about Sophia and the settlement. It takes a while. Hey, that's my question. Where the hell have you been this whole time, Alice? Alice starts to explain that she woke up on a ship called the Orbit. With the help of Donna, she recovered from the fatigue caused by Saren. Oh yeah! Fucking... Yeah, getting stabbed in the fucking abdomen is definitely called fatigue, Alice further explains that the orbit is actually connected to my bunker. They use a secret passageway to get here. Oh. Oh! That makes sense then. So convenient. It was like she was bleeding in the entrance. There was no way she was going to be able to get very far. Sneaky, sneaky. Why'd you hurt me, Saren? I don't remember doing anything to make you hate me that much. As I said, you're a troublesome girl. Fine, I will tell you why. It doesn't change anything after all. With you around, it was hard for me to manipulate Ice to do my bidding! That night I tried to persuade you to leave. But as expected, you tried to fight back. Then what came eventually did, I suppose. I stabbed you as soon as you turned your back on me. I chased you as far as I could, but I lost sight of you after we went into Ice's bunker. You don't have to say anything, Ice. Let me handle this. It's always like this. I cannot do anything for anybody. I am always the last one to realize things at the worst moment. I've never felt this angry before. It's suffocating. I want to shout at Saren with all my might. In the end, it was all my fault. I shouldn't have believed in Saren. I hate myself. Oh gosh! I didn't expect this abuse rhetoric. It's not your fault. It's not your fault for being abused or manipulated. No matter how smart you are, no matter how easy it is for you to understand Rick and Morty, it will always not be your fault for being manipulated by someone who intended to do so. Who used your own pain against you. Wow, really real moments right now. And, you know, Ice has a long history of trauma. She says that was the first time she cried. Which does technically track, considering at her mother's funeral at the very beginning, she wasn't sad. And she felt empty. Disassociation. You're awfully calm for someone who just admitted her sin, Saren. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong, both of you. I haven't done anything that I consider wrong. Luck wasn't on my side this time. Saren laughs as she closes her eyes. You're also a big liar, Alice. Your memory must have returned by the time I saved you. Ice, your lover is the last princess of humanity. Together, you two lead WPO, escaping the end of the world. That's bullshit. I feel sorry you wasted your talent on that, Ice. Oh, I must apologize too. Ice's memory hasn't returned yet. Saren finishes her sentence, but then stands up and closes the distance between us. Saren lightly taps her hand on my head. For a moment I feel relief, and then burning. I fall to the ground, following the sensation. The world is destined to end. As the country begins to remove its borders, war rages on. The unification of humanity is nothing more than just a ridiculous dream. So, you've been fiddling with our memories. Mind explaining how, Saren? It's hard to explain something beyond your understanding. Nevertheless, understanding it will not do you any good. This is a waste of time. Saren walks out of the door. Fine, I give up. Do what you want. The end of the world will wipe us out completely anyway. That's all you have, Saren? I provoke Saren on purpose. Like mother, like daughter. What'd you just say? Oh, you haven't realized it yet, Ice? I was your aunt. But what am I saying? You sure didn't because I was too good an actress. But they look the same age. I want to make a devil fruit power about turning into pure electrical slash digital energy. So I could be inside the internet. And I would give it to myself. Because I'm selfish. Get it? Shellfish. That's not funny, Saren. You know that I'm not in the mood for this. I don't want to talk to Saren, if I'm being honest. I just want her to leave. That's why I don't interact with people much. I hole up in my bunker since I'm scared of being betrayed again. Why does she bring up my sick mother now? What puzzles me more is how she knows about my mother. Believe it or not, it's your choice. I've always envied you, Ice. You always get to choose. I want to ask you one last thing. Why were you so obsessed to have me join you? Have you ever heard of cryostasis? I was surprised as much as everyone here. I want to bring someone back from the dead now that the time machine is not an option. Cryostasis basically means putting someone in a cold sleep. That this can help save humanity from extinction. But my method is a little different. While doing that, I can inject dreams into each person. So everyone can live in their desired reality until they wake up. And by that time, Earth will become a better place to live. All the people in the settlement will be the main source of channeling the energy needed. The final key is you, Ice. Oh shit! The other ending that she didn't build a time machine. She put her in cold. She put her in cryostasis and basically just made her. That's also like a Rick and Morty episode. This story had so much potential, though. Wow, we love putting my friends in cold storage. The final key is you, Ice. Your knowledge of time and science is fascinating. With your help, this plan will surely see the light of day. There's something different about you, Ice. You're the only one who could come up with time travel. I'll give you one final chance to change your mind, Ice. Alice raises her voice after hearing Saren's plan. Nothing can be guaranteed in your plan, Saren. Every step has a high probability of failure. It's futile to think of the future. We should only be concerned with things in the moment. That's a bad way of thinking. I have a plan. I will fix this mess, but I will cross that bridge when it comes to it. You think so too, right, Ice? Alice firmly holds my hand. I can feel her warmth. The future is ours to choose, Saren. I've had enough of knowing nothing while praying for success. This time I'll take action, whatever may come. Good luck, idiots. I pray for the both of you. Remember that resources are depleting at this moment. Act fast, if you don't want the end of the world to come soon, that is. Saren waves her hand and walks out of the house. I gave chase, but as soon as I stepped to the door, Saren is completely gone without a trace. I step back into the house and begin discussing with Alice about her plan. Alice says that there's a place she wants to show me first. I follow her with the maid to the bunker, wondering why. She then leads me to a secret passageway that we didn't discover, and explains to me about everything that she understands. I am beyond shocked at this point. Sometimes I have trouble keeping up with Alice's stories. Then I share with Alice and Sophia. I share with Alice about Sophia and my time in the settlement. Alice quickly comes up with a plan, a bold one indeed. Saren may be right. Science is the only advantage we have, but it doesn't mean we should abuse it. Alice and I will fix this world. What come may come. I then lead Alice to meet Sophia in the settlement. We discuss many things. Sophia approving most of it. With the help of Alice, our plans are put into motion. Things are difficult at first, but with Alice by my side, there's nothing to fear. So you chose that blondie over me. I'm kind of disappointed, you know? After all, this was my playground. You'll have to choose my ending next anyway. Alice was a liar. Ice was stupid to believe in that girl. Why did she lie? What did she lie about, you ask? That you'll have to discover for yourself. Otherwise, it wouldn't be any fun for me. Or did you choose my ending first? It's hard for me to know. After all, what's more important to me is Ice. Staying away from them is only temporary. I want to make my entrance more epic. Joking aside, did you have fun? We're almost done. Yeah, I don't know why, Saren gets to have all the post-game monologues. Probably because she's the villain. Alright, true ending. Only watch this after you finish all 2 endings. What am I saying anyway? You won't understand anything if you haven't seen them yet. Any story has to end eventually. Have fun. It's been quite a while since our plan was put in motion. The orbit has been put in function fully. This was helpful, as many of its facilities provide us with abundant resources. As the last princess, Alice works with Sophia on politics and other related matters. The settlement has become a better place to live for everyone. I use materials from the orbit to upgrade most of it. The children on the garden also take their first steps into the outside world. Their immune systems are weak, but practice makes perfect. Everything is resolved for now. Only one problem still persists. We lost signs of Saren after she left. Alice and I have been looking everywhere for her. There's no real reason to do so, but we still wanted to see her again. Or at least know whether or not she's still alive. Remember the last words Saren said before leaving us, Ice? Like mother, like daughter. If you ask me, that's not a joke, considering the situation we are in, but a slip of the tongue. Do you recall Saren Ice? I sure don't, even though she said she was our colleague. I've been thinking about it for a while. Who was the one who took care of it back then? I lost my parents when I was 5. Growing up, I always had this feeling someone was watching over me. What's more of a concern to me is the question of who sent me the inheritance money. I didn't give it much thought at first, since I thought it was a service. The senator's identity was also kept secret. I always felt this familiar feeling when I'm with Saren. Some part of me considers her as a mother. She told me what to do when I lost my way, soothed me when soothed me when awful things happened. I still want to see her again, even knowing all the horrible things she did to Alice. I don't forgive her and never will, but there are just so many things I want to make clear with Saren. I don't hate Saren, and I'm not fond of her. I just want to settle the score with her. I know we talked about this a lot, Alice, but that sounds scary. It really is. Alice is the one who proposed searching for Saren, and not for a good reason. Don't worry, I won't do anything mean to her. I can't move on without having my revenge. I think what you want is closure, bitch. Instant noodles, the perfect comfort food. Oh gosh, that sounds good. Ha ha ha. Alice can be terrifying when she means it. Who knows what she'll do? That's why I have to be with her for anything. Working with Alice makes me admire her even more. She handles all tasks with the utmost responsibility and works everything out perfectly. The girls in the settlement are all over her. This makes me jealous from time to time. So I proposed to her. She laughed at first and said that aren't we already a family? I don't know anymore. Tears start to fall from my eyes the moment I heard that. Alice jokes that the one who is proposed to is supposed to cry, not the person who proposes. We've been coming to the beach lately after our work is done. It's kind of a honeymoon for us. Sophia suggested that we take some time off and spend it together. She also tossed me some dating tips and bad techniques. That's how couples do it according to her books. Seriously, what kind of books does she read anyway? I can't believe it's been months since then. Yeah, I don't remember how many months have passed, but I'm sure it's been almost a year since then. At first, I was skeptical about all this, Alice, but I'm happy that it all worked out for us. You doubt everything, I swear. I swear, Ice, you haven't changed one bit. You too, Alice, but that's the only good thing about us. Don't you agree? Not changing is not a good thing. I should know. I need to change. For me, you two lovebirds will never change, doting on each other as always. Hey, we are officially a family, mind you. I turned my back and can't believe what I saw. You need someone as your parent. Only then you can be a proper family. Oh my god. Oh my god. Considering some of the reasons we've been depressed lately, this is such a shitty thing to say. Fuck that shit. Sometimes parents are shitty and abusive and they abandon you or force you to abandon them. But you can be a family without them. Fucking shitty, fucking abusive, fucking parent ass motherfuckers. Saren! As I start to stand, Alice runs towards Saren. Alice, wait! I make haste, thinking about all the worst possible outcomes. Just calm down! Saren just stands there, doing nothing. I can see Alice begin to move her arm. She gets in a stance. No, stop! Ice, this is between me and Alice. Just stay out of this. Anything involving you guys is my problem too. It's too late to make that statement. Alice punches Saren with her fist, as opposed to with her titty. The land hits on Saren's stomach. There, we're good. No more hard feelings from now on, Saren. Huh? Much to my surprise, Alice seems to just lightly place her hand on Saren. What's wrong, Ice? You acted like it's the end of the world, panicking like that. Alice asked me innocently. Don't you want to kill or torture her or something, Alice? And what would I gain from that, idiot? Oh, I see. Guess I was worried for nothing. Sarah and Alice look at me with those ridiculous eyes. That's all from me. Tell her what you wanted, Ice. Alice pushes me towards Saren and steps back. Saren lifts her hand, indicating that I stop. I'm not looking for your forgiveness, nor do I want to join you. I'm here as you requested. You want to see me, right, Ice and Alice, for whatever reason? I must say, you managed to overcome my expectations. It's amazing. Hey, I should be the one asking you questions. Where the hell have you been this whole time? It's not important where I was or how I know what you two have been doing. I'm here right now in front of you. And it would take the writer way too much brain cells to actually figure that out. Saren, about the things you said last time before you left, how do you know about my mother? Remember the story I told you? About me being adopted? Your mom is my sister. This caught me off guard. I wasn't paying much attention when Saren told me about that. Oh my god, that also... See... Okay, oh my god, okay, so... At one point, I was like, oh, this is so fucked up. They're related, right? Because she was being positioned as an alternative, yet evil love interest to Alice. And I was like, oh, the story also thinks that's bad, right? Because of not in the sense that it was incest necessarily, but because she's a manipulative fucking bitch. But I was like, oh, because she's a doomed relationship anyway, not even in her ending do you get to be with her. But if in your head you still want fucking evil gaslight girl keep girl boss mommy, she's not related to you by blood, so it's like those anime that they're like, oh yeah, it's incest, but like, you know, it's like, it's not blood incest though. And I just find that just incredibly something. I have words. I have so many words. Splits into a family. Oh no. So she could literally be her aunt and then still be in the same age. That's possible. Yup. Mm-hmm. Yup. Uh-huh. And it's like, you didn't even have to throw in that problematic element. But you know what? I like my visual novels fucked up. So why not? I am dying, so I can't brain anymore. It was probably Saren at the church and the funeral scene at the very beginning, though. Holy fucking shit. This caught me off guard. I wasn't paying much attention when Saren told me about it. Damn, Ice! That's ice cold. So the aunt has a mommy kink? Yes. I mean, she in the you trust her ending, she literally puts you in a dream world and makes her your mother. So she wants to be your mom. And she does infantilize her quite a bit. I guess technically it wasn't inherently sexual, but without the context, while this context is only happening now, it's hard to uncouple it because she tried to replace your love interest that's not your family. So like, I'm sure it's intentional. But I will say this. Problematic kinks explored in fiction or through, say, consenting roleplay between two adults, I have no problem with. If someone gets off to the story, then far be it for me to have any problems with that. Actually, I'm just kind of neutral about it. in that sense. And there's plenty of people with mommy kinks that don't also have incest kinks. They don't have to be the same thing. And incest is only taboo because of the genetic, or I shouldn't say only because, but in large part because of the genetic aspect. So there's also that, but I don't want to dig into that can of worms right now. Maybe I'll do an essay about this game and then I'll dig into that can of worms. For no reason, really, because it doesn't actually make this story any more profound in analysis. Though I don't even know what the fuck I would say in an analysis of this shit. In terms of like, oh, what's the guiding principle? People need purpose to continue living. Some people will lie to you and use your trauma against you. This caught me off guard. I wasn't paying much attention when Saren told me about it. That makes me your aunt, doesn't it? I'm the one who took care of you, Ice. Oh wait, I think that's miswritten maybe? That makes you my aunt, doesn't it? I am the one who took care of you, Ice. It's always been that way. Then why didn't you come out with me? Why didn't you live with me back then? Hearing my questions, Saren turns her face towards the sea. The sea blows softly, dancing through Saren's silky hair. I knew you could use details like a big girl. Look at that was a good one. That was a good detail. I like that. Also, I can't reverse any of the dialogue. I just realized. Have you ever wondered why the sea seems useless? Sorry, useless. Have you ever wondered why the sea seems endless? It's because no one understands it completely. We jump to conclusions the moment its sights enter our eyes. What do you mean? I'm puzzled by Saren's question. Then what is your first impression of me, Ice? You look smart, lively, and strong. Alice asked the question instead of me. Why would you believe me if I told you that I always feel sad inside? It's hard, isn't it? I can't be anyone's parent, Ice. I've never understood yours or Alice's reasons. That's why I chose to stay away from you. I chose to do nothing. Oh my god, she's fucking Gendo! She's fucking Gendo. Liar. Saren may be talkative, but she's really bad at lying. I can see right through her. Like you said, I remind you too much of my mom, right, Saren? I don't plan to understand the sea, as it doesn't matter to me. But I will try with you, Saren, even if it ends up hurting me. I made up my mind after seeing through your struggle analysis. Huh? Saren seems a bit surprised by my proclamation. For some reason, my head is flooded with memories of Saren, the moments we spent together, how I helped her. It feels surreal, and yet I have place at the same time. It seems I have to tweak some settings after this. Your Highness, Ice, I have to finish preparing your banquet. Oh, we have a guest? We can hear Donna's voice from afar. Saren turns away from us. I quickly grab her hand. Where are you going? Ah, yes. You want to punish me, right? No, Auntie. I asked because this is where you belong. So, why should you leave? Alice follows up on my action. Both of you. We we each hold hands with Saren, taking her to our dinner party. I guess this ending will suffice, although I would have never have expected this. I hope this makes them happy. Who are they, and where the hell do you think... Who are they, and where the hell do you look when you talk, Saren? It's nothing, Ice and Alice. I must say I'm sorry, and thank you. We run along the beach, and the sun is set. The scenery reflecting on the sea creates an unmatched feeling. I'm happy. In a world where both of them exist in reality, not a dream. Tomorrow's a mystery, and yesterday was the past. What I need to be concerned with is what's happening in the moment. I want to protect these two precious smiles, no matter the cost. Fuck this game for making me cry at the end! Fucking butch ass motherfucking. Radical forgiveness is my kink. Cause people can fuck up and be really fucked up and hurt people, but sometimes if you give them a chance, then they can get better. Cause it's hard to get better otherwise. Obviously, I know, because we were excluded from all the love that normally is like a thing. Cause like, okay, so how to explain this succinctly? So like, generally speaking, how people are taught to handle abusive situations. If someone else is being abused, you try to get them away from their abuser, right? And you can have contact. If it comes to a legal thing, you know, persecute them if you can, but know that that things might be against you, right? But especially because in a lot of cases, you won't get like legal justice if what they did was like illegal, right? But in a lot of cases, abuse that you suffer, especially like emotional, mental abuse, even like gaslighting and stuff, gaslighting isn't illegal. It's just fucked up. And like, that's generally the thing. Like, you want to get the person away, you want to try to heal. And like, especially codependent abusers and just abusers in general will probably try to worm their way back into your life. And that's the thing. And you have to be careful of that. And that's also why if someone is like, say, like a creator or some sort of famous person and there's a call out, and then like, say there's a year later and they're like, I changed, that's why people are so skeptical, because it's like, of course you want to say you've changed. There's no way for us to know. It's in your best interest to say that you have changed. Because what you really want is for things to go back to quote-unquote normal, or for you to be forgiven. You want good things, obviously. Regardless if you are trying to get better or not, you don't want to be persecuted anymore. Duh. But what we found, I guess I should say this, right? Because I don't think I've talked about this particularly. Drizzle has, sure. We're in a relationship with some people. We were emotionally abusive. Drizzle tries to take a lot of responsibility for that, and I won't take away the fact that she did a lot of that damage. But because we share a body, because we share trauma, it's not all on her. And also, even if it was only her that did the fucked up shit, how people operate in life is that they're not gonna be like, oh, this headmate did it, so I'm just not gonna be around this headmate. They're gonna be like, I'm not gonna be around you, which is something that's been hard for us to face since we've had other like relationships since then, and some of them end, and they haven't ended as badly as those relationships did. But when they ended, people were dating multiple people in our system, but they broke up with all of us, and that was hard on us because we didn't feel like we were being seen as individuals. But on some level, we did understand that it's safest to do that, especially if you feel like the person is hurting you, or that the relationship is toxic, even with just one headmate, right? Despite that fact, healing for us had been really hard, because when we were told that we were being abusive, we as far as I believe our own history, as long as we haven't like rewritten our own memories, we took it in earnest. It was like, oh, XYZ, we have hurt you in these ways. We'll strive to not hurt you in these ways. But because of our rejection sensitive dysphoria and our history of our own trauma, it was hard to be isolated from the people that we cared about at that time. The people who are not in our lives anymore. And we were separated from them, and it hurt us a lot. And we were trying to get better, but we couldn't afford therapy. And we were dependent on those people for, like, food and shelter. I won't get super into it, but we became homeless soon after that. And someone ended up financially taking care of us. But here's the caveat. They said, I can take care of you financially, but I cannot help you emotionally. I am not in an emotional place where I can do emotional labor for you or provide you like love and stuff. I can give you understanding. I can say that you're not a bad person. I don't think you're a bad person. I don't even think you were abusive, they told us. But I can't do anything for you other than give you money. And that was the state we were in early into the pandemic and early into being a streamer. This was pretty much up until a little, like a month or two before Drizzle's VTuber debut. We were living in that like emotional state. And that's why we didn't think we could be friends with anyone anymore. That's why we thought we need to pour all our life into our art. Oh my god, I'm actually connecting with this goddamn game. Because we wanted a purpose. We had failed at our dreams. We had failed at the codependent relationships we defined ourselves through. And we were like, all we have is art. If we don't have a reason to live, we will totally unalive ourselves. We will trip, fall, and unalive ourselves. That's just how it's going to be. And we were able to pick back up pieces of our life. We have loved ones now. We have friends now. We see so much more relevance in our living past just making art. But it could have gone sideways really easily if we didn't get that financial support. If we didn't meet people who were willing to like give us the benefit of the doubt on things, of saying, hey, I accept what you've done as bad or the hurt you've done to others. I believe you, but I don't see you as a bad person. I don't see you as an abusive person, or I accept the things that you have done, but I can see that you're putting an effort to being better, and I trust that, and I trust you. It was no one's responsibility to forgive us, but without love, and that doesn't necessarily mean romantic love, without compassion, we weren't gonna get better. Just like when, for example, people talk about like de-radicalization of people from like really messed up ideologies, and that doesn't need to even be in terms of like ex-white supremacists either. People who are coming from cult mentalities, especially ones that are very dogmatic and shitty. If you were in a Christian-like cult, you have to unlearn that shit slowly. But people were like, oh, you have that history and you're fucked up, then you can never get better. The best you can do is isolate yourself. like what Saren was doing. And it's like, and actually, us not knowing about where she was even feeds into that more. Because it's like, I don't want to, if she was in a bad place, it's like she doesn't want to put sympathy on herself. She's like, it doesn't matter where I was. I'm here now, you asked for me. Damn, I didn't expect for that detail to be so important to me now. But, all that being said, it's important to try to heal, but you can't do it alone. And something that we also like make very important in our content, and I want to speak to it more in like our like essays or whatever that we've mostly only talked about on streams, is that when we were trying to get better, even before we became homeless and we didn't think there was anything salvageable, or when a relationship with any sort of relationship with our ex-partners was clearly unsalvageable in any way, when we were trying to get better and we were looking for abuse recovery resources, the only abuse recovery resources were those for victims of abuse, even though is common knowledge that most people who are abusers have a history of abuse themselves. But what ended up happening was that no matter what resources we were looking for, the best we could find was some randos talking to the camera on YouTube, and very little of those too, talking about how to be better. And even those resources were assuming that you had financial stability, for example, and came from a very white cishet perspective. Like, I remember looking at videos and it being like, oh, you abused your wife, what are the kids gonna think, right? And all this other stuff that didn't apply to us. And so we don't, and that may sound very concerning out of context, but we don't actively bar people with abusive pasts from our community. This sounds a lot better than what it might read as abusers are welcome in our community. People who are doing active harm? No. But people who are struggling and wanting to be better, we don't have it in us to be like, you're a shitty bad person, get the fuck out, I hate you. Because we've been on both sides of abuse. And something we always wanted for our content was to be able to provide some of those resources, even just advice and like that emotional touch of not all is lost. Which is also scary if you feel like recovery means being back in the lives of the people you hurt. We are a testament of you can live a fulfilling life and not have anything to do with the people you hurt anymore. And you holding on to that possibility is only gonna make recovery and being better harder. It's only gonna make things harder. But this story just hit me so hard just now, because despite the bad writing, I believe Ice's perspective, because she spent time with Alice, although the time with Alice is the stuff that's like has the least time and the least amount of like writing expertise put into it, because the writing is bad. Even with the amount that there was there, if it was written better, I could totally believe her connection with Alice and understand that the pain and her understanding Alice's pain. However, she has lived a long time with even though it was like 2 weeks. She spent a lot of in-game time with Saren, And so I believe that connection there. And the stuff that I was reading is like this bad and abusive stuff is still bad and abusive, but it came from a place of wanting to protect her. And now knowing the context of she was protecting her pretty much since she was a little kid, if only from a I can't be here for you emotionally, but I care about you and want you to be okay, so I'm gonna make sure you're okay financially. Like, really was fitting for me, and really like, it was really good. I bought it. It proved itself. No, I don't want to, and I also do want to do writing on this, and it sucks. Especially because, on one hand, I can make a shitpost video about how bad this game is, but on the other hand, it's like, this game was trying. This game was trying real hard. And in the end, I see what it was doing. And also, Rick and Morty. Like so much Rick and Morty. Like, I was like, oh yes, finally, a video where I'm gonna openly talk about Rick and Morty as well. The fact that she has the fucking lab coat too. And like, she talks to the camera just like fucking Rick does. Is like just such an interesting detail, especially because Rick also puts a distance between him and others because he doesn't trust the emotional connections that he can form. Holy fucking shit. Yeah, it contains multitudes. It's like, hey, here's this game. I'm gonna talk about it. I don't recommend you play it, just watch the video. But it is important. But if you really want to play it, I won't stop you. Especially because you should, like, support queer creators. Credits. Occult Lily. This game got kickstarted? Wow. Holy shit, how long was I fucking playing this for? 4 hours? Have you made other games? Express for those that cannot inspire people who think they can. Hello world on the internet, I go by the alias 123 Namek, and I'm the leader of the Occult Lily, programmer, artist, and composer. I have been working on this solo for a few months until I realized that no matter how much passion one has over something, without skills, they will never become professional. And if you want to go fast, go alone. Oh yeah, I know this quote. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. So I decided to set up Entrepreneurs, a visual novel brand that focused on making mature Yuri visual novels and began recruiting members. Probably should still work on the on the spelling though. The reason, but also as a dyslexic person, I don't know what this person is dealing with or whatever. Like, I do feel kind of bad. Like, if this person has dyslexia like me, then I'm gonna feel real shitty later. But also, like, it does matter and it does leave an impression, and I won't say it doesn't. The reason why I was so hung up on the idea of making Yuri visual novels is because I want to support the LGBT community, women, the women in the LGBT community, I guess. I always consider visual novel games as art, and this form of movement cannot be suppressed. On top of that, it was effective in increasing awareness among different group of people thanks to the widespread and easily accessibility. My mission is to bring the most unique and emotional Yuri visual novel to the world at an affordable cost. My vision is to become a worldwide Yuri visual novel developer and support supporters of LGBT community. Wowzers. I'm mad. I guess I'm a fan now. This game, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, yeah. This game we've known about, but we didn't know it was from the. Well, actually, even if we did know it was from the same developer, I'm pretty sure it didn't matter, considering we didn't know how bad that game we just played was. It's just been on our list for a while since we owned it. I think this. Let's see. If only I didn't have this kind of power. Welcome to Shangri Effia, where people prioritize logic over emotion, and some are born with uh, psychological abilities defending defending on each person's mental capacity. Thanks to this, uh, people from this place enjoy low crime rates. So much things as robbery or attacks rarely happen. This piece is short lived, however, when a mysterious figure named Hein appears and vows to wipe out all the users of the psychological abilities in existence, calling himself a Reaper of Justice. Following Lucinia as she is targeted by the Reaper Hein for 1 month in a series of brutal murders, and discover three mysterious women who enter her life, changing it forever. How many times do I have to remind you? This is not a game. Says the bio of a game. Okay, this is not the game I thought it was. I was this this Ferris wheel threw me off because there's another queer visual novel that have Ferris wheel, and it's like iconography that we've been wanting to play for a while. I hope I can find it eventually. But holy shit, that was just 4 hours of what the fuck, me. Thank you for sharing your experiences, Punk. I partially wish I wasn't playing with a friend so I could focus on your feelings and emotions in full. You can always look at the VOD later. The magic of the internet. I want to rewatch the part of the stream where you were sharing your experiences so I connect with you more as your friend. You can also just ask us off a stream. Literally, we talk and hang out on Discord. You don't need to. Your relationship with us doesn't need to be parasocial in that regard. Just a reminder. Holy fucking Christ. What was the next game I wanted to play? I'm about to take a break, but I want to just line it up. I was looking at a lot of gay shit, as you can probably tell. Damn, I still don't remember what it was. It was a furry visual novel, though. But it was like MLM, I think. Mm. I guess I'll find it during break or when I come back, because I really need to eat. Fucking Christ on a cracker. Ugh. So many folks gave us photosynthesis. Y'all must have been really worried. I mean, I was pretty livid, to be honest, though. Like, holy shit, that was quite something. Just checking Twitter real quick so I don't check Twitter on my break. the thing that does the thing. Oh, okay. Well, you can't say you're a visual novel connoisseur unless you play some rough ones too. Let's see. Okay. I'm not a doll. See you soon. I'm gonna take a break now. Holy fucking Christ, I need some tea. And some puss.